أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على سيدنا شفيعنا حبيبنا مرشدنا محمد نبي الأمي وعلى أهله وصحبه وأهل بيته وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا شفيعنا حبيبنا مرشدنا محمد نبي الأمي وعلى أهله وصحبه وأهل بيته وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا شفيعنا حبيبنا مرشدنا محمد نبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وأهل بيته وبارك وسلم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إلهي بحق فاطمة كوركول إيماني إلهي بحق فاطمة كوركول إيماني إلهي بحق فاطمة كوركول إيماني بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا سيدي يا مولاي يا حسين يا سيدي يا مولاي يا حسين يا سيدي يا مولاي يا حسين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نادي علي مظهر عجائب تجده أو أن لك في النوائب كل هم وغم سينجلي بعظمتك يا الله بنبوتك يا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم بولايتك يا علي يا علي يا علي أدركني في سبيل الله اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وسيدنا محمد وأجل فرجهم. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, brothers and sisters. Today we are going to do a deep analysis of the incident of Isra wal Meeraj. There are a lot of discussions available, books available online and on the internet, PDF files. Why is this attempt to, put another presentation on the internet? Why is that? The reason why is, when we read through the books of Isra wal Meeraj, there is a lot of explanation given from the Shariat and Tariqat level. Okay, and what is missing is at the Hakikat and the Marifat and the Sufiyat level. So in today's world that we are living in, which is so advanced in the 21st century, Qutub Baba Muhyiddin has come and given the deep analysis at the Hakikat and the Marifat level going into Sufiyat. And it is time that we seekers look at that aspect of Isra wal Meeraj, because there are a lot of hidden secrets and ilm there which will help fine tune our Iman and redefine our relationship with Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So, this is an attempt to go through the topic in a much deeper analysis. And the intention is hope that at the end of this presentation, you could take some inputs from here and be able to transform your prayer from just a ritual into a reality, inshallah. The disclaimer, which we always put as the second slide. Now again, just a recap that this particular presentation is at the Hakikat and the Marifat level, going into Sufiyat, and most of the ilm that is being presented here is from the ilm of Qutubiyat. There is no intention at all to demean anybody or to look people down. If at all any critical comments are being made, it is just for the seeker to explore a particular topic into much more detail. And brothers and sisters, this is definitely a very vast topic, so it is definitely going to take time to complete. So I know sometimes, it takes 2 hours, 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So my request to you is, if this is a long one, please take a break in between. You can always stop listening for even half an hour or 1 hour, then come back the next day and keep going in that manner. I do get requests sometimes saying that try to make the presentation shorter, and it's a big dilemma for me what to omit and what not to omit. So, just try to work in this way that, you break it up yourself into smaller uh, chunks and listen it whenever you can, rather than trying to sit at one stretch to finish it. If you can do it, well, great. But if you're not, because of time constraints and other responsibilities every one of us has, please break it up, inshallah. So without wasting any more time, let me go straight into it. And again, if at all, brothers and sisters, if I make any mistakes during this presentation, please do forgive me. I'm just a seeker like you in this journey, inshallah. We go straight into the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which states that as-salatul mirajul mu'min, that the prayer of a mu'min, of a believer, is miraj. Miraj, since it pertains to one of the most important pillars of Islam, which is five-time prayer, we need to understand this deeply. About a little bit about history, the Isra wal Meeraj is observed on the 27th day of the month of Rajab around the year 620 AD. There are some riwayat which says that's 621 AD, but approximately it was around 620 AD. The year really doesn't matter. 7th month of the Islamic calendar. The ascent of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam for Isra wal Meeraj. Isra is the journey from Makkah to Mukarramah to Jerusalem, and Meeraj is from Jerusalem, from Masjid al-Aqsa, all the way up to the seventh heavens and beyond. This particular journey is not just for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but it's for the creation, not just for Muslims, for the whole of creation, including the angels and in the heavens, earth, the jinns, every type of creation known and unknown to us. It's a witness for them to realize the reality of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and more important, how that pertains to the seeker's Aqidah and Iman. Brothers and sisters, I just want to spend a little time here. What, after some deep analysis, what we found is that most of the time, the book talks about some experiences that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam had about Isra wal Meeraj. But then once you read the book, once you understand, does that book or the talk give me enough critical analysis that I am now able to go deeper into my own prayer and take my prayer to the next level, my next prayer to the next level? That is something that we found missing, and we want to put this information, the spiritual knowledge, ilm, out there, and hope we are successful in that. So again, when we go through this topic, we will definitely discuss obstacles that a seeker would come to, and we will see how do we overcome such obstacles and try to go to the next level of my spiritual status, so that inshallah, before I pass away from this world, my Salah becomes Miraj, so I die as a Mu'min. That's the most important thing, that our ending should be in the best possible way, at the highest level of my Iman. That is the dua that Every believer has to make that, Ya Allah, let the moment when it comes, the moment of death, physical death when it comes, let my iman be at the highest level, inshallah. And another thing, brothers, for the other thing that we did find about pertaining to Isra wal Miraj, and not only that, for all the discussions that we have put about Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ziyarat Muhammad Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Man Kuntum Mala, we put topic about Bidda and Shirk, we put meditation online, all of them. We One of the most important criteria of our presentation or goals of our presentation is to bring out the reality of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, not just in the form, but also in the formless state. Today, after 1400 years of the message of which the Quran revelation and what Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam came in the human form, what is missing today is not the Quran. Quran, we have a lot of printed copies everywhere. A lot of hadith literature is there, but a lot of them, the hadiths have been picked and they've chosen and picked it, according to their every different sex, inclination, I would say. And some of the important hadiths which are there, which pertains to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Ahlul Bayt, has been purposely either avoided or has been discarded, brothers and sisters. And that's the reason why we are in this state of spiritual bankruptcy. Muslims are in. And nobody would deny that. The Ummah of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the nations which are so-called Muslim countries, they don't know where they're heading to. So at least we have reached a time in our human civilization where Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam mentioned that during the end of times, to leave the world aside and put a janamaz or a prayer rug in your house and make that the place of your worship. We are really coming down to that point now. So it's very important when you are separated now, that whatever is your akida, whatever is your faith, your concentration, your spirituality, your meditation has to be perfectly aligned. And that is, brothers and sisters, the attempt here being made so that inshallah you benefit out of this presentation. And the last point here on this slide is expectation from our beloved Nabi Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam on the Ummah, that our Salah becomes Miraj. We at least honor this hadith that Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, As-salatul mirajul mu'min. When he said that, he is expecting me that my Salah becomes Miraj and I inshallah become a mu'min. When we look today into our own Salah, I don't have to talk about this, about belittling anybody's Salah, but it lacks a lot of things. Okay, so we have to try to improve ourselves. Okay, inshallah. So again, what we are saying here is that expectation from our beloved Nabi, that we improve ourselves, and for what? Because the amount of trials and tribulations he and his blessed household and the Sahabas suffered for bringing the deen, the beautiful deen of Allah to us today, that we are practicing it, inshallah. Okay, we will go into Isra. Now, Isra wal Miraj, two incidents, two separate, it's one journey but two separate sections of that. Isra is the easier part. We'll go through that quickly. What does Isra mean? Isra means it's just to go for a visit. You go for a trip. And a trip in what way? A trip whose uruj, or whose rise, or whose climb, you could say, can be measured with space and time. So uruj again means rise, exaltation that can be measured. Example given here on the slide is the height of Mount Everest. Even though it is the highest peak in the earth, it's at 8,848 meters. It has been measured and conquered by humans. Okay, even though a difficult journey, still has been measured and conquered. Hence, the Isra is a uruj which can be quantified, which is connected to the physical form and hence connected to the form and hence the physical universe. In our case, in our Nabi's case, Isra happened from Masjid Haram in Makkah to Masjid al-Aqsa in Jerusalem. So there is a physical distance there, but then he was definitely taken from, we're going to talk about, he was taken from, from the Ummahani's house, Masjid al-Haram to Masjid al-Aqsa, from there to the seventh heaven. What I'm saying is, in today's age of, air travel, space, time and space concept, it's completely changed. It is not the time of Sahabas where, if you tell Sahabas that we're going to fly in air, go from Makkah to Medina within 45 minutes, it's not going to happen, right? Today it happens. So today, in this age, it's very easy for us to understand Isra. Even though Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam went without, anything from the physical earth, right? He went on a buraq, with Jibril Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as a companion, and we will talk about that in detail. So my point is, Isra is very easy to understand. We now know the speed of light, 3 into 10 raised to 8 meters per second. We know that the sun's rays, once it leaves the sun, it takes 8 minutes to reach Earth. So there is so much of science and technology advancement. Understanding Isra is not a big deal, inshallah. Okay, from a science perspective, because Meeraj itself is the moment you go into Meeraj, there are things that your mind will not understand. That's what we're trying to come to. Okay, now what is Meeraj? Meeraj is the Uruj. Again, it is it is a rise or a journey, which cannot be measured. Why it cannot be measured? Because all the rules of space and time, space and time is always measured, speed, right? Speed is either it's miles per hour or kilometers per hour. All that fails the moment you start looking at the Miraj of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. From Jerusalem, from Masjid Aqsa to the seven heavens and beyond. We're going to go into the details of this thing. Why Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, even though he's the Khatamun Nabi, he's the final messenger, why he was chosen for this journey, why no other prophet was chosen before. We're going to go into all that details, inshallah. Okay. And, brothers and sisters, there's a lot of misconception, about Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in the form state and the formless state. And this pertains directly to your Aqidah. Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat Qutub Baba Muhyiddin, he stressed a lot on this thing. Because unless we understand the formless state and the form state of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam completely, we will not be able to get to the highest level of Miraj in our prayer, brothers and sisters. It's directly connected to it. We will not be able to understand Allah either from that perspective. Because think about it, if we say, okay, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam took off, right? Like a rocket takes off, Challenger space shuttles takes off. Space and time concepts. So first heaven, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Okay, seventh heaven, then what happens? Then Sidratul Muntaha. It is the place, the abode of where the physical laws of the universe, everything stops. Then Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam proceed forward. I'm just not trying to jump ahead, but he goes to a place where it's Arsh, and then there is Kursi, the Arsh of Allah. So where is the Arsh of Allah? The moment you go into that concept, the mind will start shivering because it will not understand, right? And that's what we are saying, is that it cannot be measured, because then you go to the final state where Allah meets Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam beyond the Arsh in La Maqam. Because when the Sahabis asked Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ya Rasulullah, did you sit with Allah? He said, yes, we at La Maqam. La Maqam means literally there's no place. Maqam means it's connected to a place. La Maqam means there's no such place. So how do you say, I met Allah in no such place, right? Now, unfortunately, if you don't believe that and you think this is some Islamic fiction, then you got a problem there, right? Because that is where Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam got the 5-time prayer. Now, if you don't understand that, then how are you going to, have the khushu and kuzu? And not only that, most important, the highest level of Miraj happened when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam reached La Maqam, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam sat together. Some ulama say 23 years, some say 100 years. Okay, that the time that was spent together, earthly years. And then we are told, okay, your salah should be Miraj if you're a moment. So how do I go beyond the space and time in my salah? That is the question that is being asked here. How do I take my salah to the next level where space and time does not bother anymore? How do I get it to that particular spiritual realm? That is the challenge that we have, brothers and sisters. So again, in a Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's journey, divided into two parts, Isra wal Meeraj. From a Sufi perspective, we need to understand both these journeys completely separately. And hence, we are going to make a statement. So I'm going to say these things here because it's going to get clarified later. Okay. There are a lot of slides here. I think there are 47 slides. So, brothers and sisters, again, as I said, I cannot go fast in this topic. So please break up this when you're viewing it. Okay, inshallah. Again, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, this is a statement, himself is a combination of Isra wal Miraj. What does that mean? He being a combination of Isra wal Miraj, that which you can figure out about Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam from the physical point of view, and Miraj, that is you cannot figure out about Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And we're going to talk about that in detail so that you start going deeper into your own realization, inshallah. Again, this is highlighted here. Utmost love and respect are of the highest level is needed to attain the state, which is the state of the Miraj of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Because brothers and sisters, the amount of, it's a Urdu word or it's a Arabic word, be'adabi, the way the people, not knowing the status of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, not knowing the spiritual realm of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, they, maybe most probably unknowingly, because the ulama of today, they are not interested in that. Islam for most of them is fiqh. Where do I put my hand in my prayer, and how much should be the length of my pant, whether it should be above my ankle or below my ankle. These are things that it's like the driver's manual, right? If you're 16, 17 years old and you're going for a driving license, you're given a book, right? And that book has got all the different, you cannot take left here, right here, the red signal, the zebra crossing, and all those things are given. Once you read that book and you pass the written examination before you start driving and get your learner's license, you don't keep that book, with you when you're driving. This is fiqh. Most of the people who talk about today about, religion, they talk about fiqh or about some controversial topic like, unfortunately, this is a bid'ah, this is shirk, that is Deobandi, this is Barelvi. That's all they do. I don't want all that information. Give me that information which is going to take my understanding, my realization to the next level, so that my prayer goes to the next level and get closer to Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So that's the reason, brothers and sisters, here I'm putting this, highlighted, here saying that at most adab is needed to go through this. And this, we're trying our best. I'm trying my best to, through this presentation, to convey that to you so that you realize what are the obstacles and the challenges, why most of the people who pray today, their salah is nowhere close to Miraj. The moment you say Allahu Akbar and stand in prayer, within maybe 2 minutes, your concentration is gone here and there. Happens to people, it's happened to me too, right? I am improving myself, as day by day. That's all we can do, right? Improve on a daily basis rather than going backwards, right? Inshallah. So let's look at the Isra part of it, right? Which is connected to the form. So what is the Isra part of it? The born on Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was born. This is the form part of it, right? Of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, born in the year 570 AD in Makkah Mukarramah, which was the 12th of Rabiul Awwal. Okay, he was born to the Quraysh tribe, the clan of Banu Hashim. Grandfather's name Abu Muttalib radiallahu anhu. Father's name is Abdullah bin Abu Muttalib radiallahu anhu. And mother's name is Umma Amina bint Wahab. grandfather of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Hazrat Abu Muttalib radiallahu anhu, was the Mutawalli of the Kaaba. He was the caretaker of the Kaaba. Okay, so the family which Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was born into, the family which Allah chose, was in Mecca, the most renowned tribe Quraysh, and in that tribe, the Makkah gained its importance because of the Kaaba, even in the prehistoric times, pre-Islamic times, right? Because from the time of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, Ismail alayhi salatu wasalam, and the Jarhum tribe, settling down there. It's all history there. You can go and read it. So the point we're trying to say here is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was born into a very noble family, who were the caretakers of the Kaaba. So well known, and he was the Mutawalli of the Kaaba. Grandfather was the Mutawalli of Kaaba. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam at the age of 25 years, mashallah, he married our mother Ummah Khadijat al-Kubra radiyallahu anha. She was 40 years old, and she did a really beautiful job of helping Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because of which we have the beautiful deen of Islam today. No amount of prayers, no amount of thanks to Ummah Khadijat al-Kubra we will be ever able to repay what she has done for us, brothers and sisters. A Fatiha for Ummah Khadijat al-Kubra before we proceed. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin ar-rahmanir rahim maliki yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. So, brothers and sisters, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Ummah Khadijat al-Kubra radiyallahu anha, they had 5 children, 3 daughters, 2 sons. 2 of the sons, Qasim radiyallahu anhu and Abdullah radiyallahu anhu, they died in infancy. 2 daughters, they died in mid-age, which was Ummah Zainab and Ummah Kulsum. The only daughter who survived was, Ummah Fatima Zahra, till the day Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam passed away from the human form. All other children of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the 2 boys, Qasim and Abdullah, and the 2 daughters, Ummah Kulsum and Zainab radhiyallahu anha, they both passed away. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam buried all 4 of them. Brothers and sisters, it is the most difficult thing. And then Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam also had another son later on. Yeah, his name was Ibrahim, from another wife, Maryam Kipti, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And that was like 2 years prior to his demise in Medina Munawwara. But the point is that we have to wait for a moment and think. The most difficult thing for a parent is to bury their own children. Okay, it's the most difficult thing to do. To dig a grave and put your children in the grave and put mud over the grave. It's very difficult, to the point that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said in a hadith that a mother who buries 2 of her children, she's guaranteed Jannah. So here's Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, born as an orphan. Father passed away before he was born. Mother passed away at the age when he was 5 or 6 years old. Brought up by his grandfather, Hazrat Abu Muttalib radiyallahu anhu. Then he passes away. Then he was brought up by his uncle, Hazrat Abu Talib radiyallahu anhu. He gets married to his wife, Ummah Khadijat al-Kubra. 5 children, 4 of them, brothers, 4 of the children, offsprings are gone. He buries them with his own hands. So, the amount of pain and suffering Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam went through just as a human being to propagate the message of Islam. We can't thank enough, right? Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Shafina Bibina Murshadina Muhammadin Nabil Ummi wa ala ahli wa sahbi ali baiti wa barak salim. Proceeding further, brothers and sisters, so Nabuwat was declared at the age of 40. Again, from a form perspective. From the formless state, when Adam alayhi salatu wasalam was sent down to earth, and he cried for 40 years. And we're going to talk about it later. The day he's Tawbah was accepted, through his third eye, he looked up and the arsh was visible, and on that it was written, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Mustafa Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Adam alayhi salatu wasalam asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, even though he did not know whose name Muhammad was written, he said, for the sake of Muhammad, please forgive me, and Allah ta'ala forgave him. So the point is that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a Nabi even before Adam alayhi salatu wasalam was created. So again, going back to this, we are talking about Isra again. So 23 years of the mission of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the total from 40 to 63. The Hijrah from Makkah to Medina Munawwara happened in 622 AD. Hajjatul Wida happened 1 year prior to his demise. Passed away from the body form in 632 AD at the age of 63. Okay. So these are all which are connected to the form, and definitely a lot of other incidents. Okay. And Isra wal Meeraj, again, part of it. So Isra is something which we can understand from the physical form. Meeraj, no. Even though we believe in that, Meeraj is something which is beyond the form state that we can understand from space and time concept, inshallah. Okay. Now, what is Meeraj? Meeraj, again, cannot be measured. The mind cannot figure it out, right? Zahir, definitely, son of Hazrat Abdullah and Ummah Amina Ratalana. The batin of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Batin is what is behind the form. This is a statement. We're going to clarify it later, brothers and sisters. Some of them are going to be statements for now. Batin of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is Allah. The qalb of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is Ahmad. And the qalb is the Nur Arshallah. The qalb is the state of the qalb of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, of the heart of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is the Nur of the Arsh of Allah. And what is the uruj, that is the rise of the batin, that is the hidden, that is the spiritual form of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What is the uruj, the rise? That itself is the Meeraj. Okay, and we're going to talk about this in a totally different Sufi perspective that Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat talked about, inshallah. Okay, we will quickly go through an ayat of the Quran. The ayat is Surah Nur, ayat number 35. Nurun ala nur, yahdiyallahu li nuri may yasha yudriballahu al amsala linnasu wallahu bi kulli shayin alim. The ayat talks about Nurun ala nur, that light upon light. And brothers and sisters, the important thing to understand here is that Allah says that we create examples, shows through examples, and Allah guides to this light whom He wills. The question that I have to ask myself is, when Allah says, well, He guides to somebody to this light, which is Nurun ala Nur. And we're going to talk about the secret of the Nurun ala Nur later on. Okay, what does that pertain to? What does this Nurun ala Nur means? That's the most important part of this ayat. And Allah, when He says that, I guide whomever He wills, well, is this like a random thing? What is the criteria of the guidance of Nurun ala Nur? Because Nurun ala Nur is the Meeraj at the highest level, at La Maqam. So what is the criteria that Allah says, okay, I'm going to guide you to that highest level so that your Salaah now becomes Meeraj? We're going to talk about that. Okay. It's a very decisive ayat, because He says, I'll guide you to this light, the Nurun ala Nur, according to His will. And Allah loves you 70 times, loves me 70 times more than my own mother who gave me birth loves me. So brothers and sisters, and He is the Ya Adil, He's the most just. That's we talk about in so many other presentations. Rahman and Rahim Sifat, which is in Surah Fatiha, above that is Ya Adil. So if He says that, He guides whom He wills to His light, there is definitely some criteria there. That some people are not fulfilling that criteria, brothers and sisters. Because of that, they are not able to get to the Nurun ala Nur state. Because of that, my Salaah is not becoming Meeraj. That is the point that we're trying to make here, inshallah. Okay, let's keep going. Now we're going to talk about some hadiths here, which pertains to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in the formless state. Okay, the first one is khalaqtu Muhammadan min nuri wajhi, that, and this is hadith Qudsi, that I have created, this is Allah saying that I have created Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam from my special light. Okay, and brothers and sisters, a lot of this is discussed in detail in the Ziyarat of Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam presentation. You can go online on the YouTube channel and go through that. It is discussed, but here again we are looking at Meeraj from a different perspective, so we are definitely talking about it in a short form here. Okay, we go to the next hadith. Again, this is hadith Qudsi, which means Allah states it directly. He says, Law laka lamma khalaqtul aflaq. He says, O Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, that I would not have created anything if I had not created you. And this is, even to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's status was revealed when Adam alayhi salatu wasalam's tawbah was accepted. Allah did say to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam that this Muhammad, whose name is written on my arsh, right, when Adam alayhi salatu wasalam asked tawbah through the wasila of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he said that this is a nabi, the final, the seal of the prophets is going to come from your progeny. And he said, he revealed to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam on that I would not have created you, Adam, if it was not for the coming of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. MashaAllah. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, now this is not hadith Qudsi. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam stated that Awwala umma khalaqa Allah nuri, that Allah first created my light, and then he added that Ana min nurillah kulli shay'in min nuri, that I am from the light of Allah and everything has been created from my light. And that light is Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And as we said, brothers, just a few seconds before, that this particular topic has been discussed, detailed in Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ziyarat of Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Please go and watch that presentation. But again, so that there is a flow in this particular Isra wal Meeraj topic, we just put one slide here so that there is completeness. So for whoever is watching this without watching the Ziyarat of Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, inshallah. We are going to go into the ayat of the Quran. This is Surah Isra, and talking about Isra wal Meeraj. So this is the most famous ayat in the Quran about Isra wal Meeraj. So Allah Ta'ala says that Subhanalladhi asra bi abdi laylan min al masjid al haram illa masjid al aqsa alladhi barakna hawlahu linurihi min ayatina innahu huwa samiyul basir. Allah says that holy, the pure, Subhana means pure, complete, perfect, he is exalted, is he who took his servant. Very, very important. We're going to do this analysis step by step about this ayat. It's a very important ayat. A lot of confusion of today's ulama will be gone, of the Islamic world will be gone with this, when you go into the deep analysis of this particular ayat. So here's the thing. He says he took his servant, Subhanallati asra bi abdihi, brothers and sisters. Okay, he took his servant by night. From where? From night, because alayl minal masjid al haram illa masjid al aqsa. So from masjid al haram to the furthest mosque. Aqsa means a mosque which is further, the masjid which is further in Jerusalem, whose surroundings we have blessed, and we might show him some of our signs, to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And indeed Allah is all hearing and all seeing. We're going to go into deep dive into this particular ayat. Okay, because there are some doubts that people talk and discuss for no reason, right? We can put that discussion to stop and move on with reality. Let's go to the next slide. look deeper into Miraj. So we go into the this is Subhanallah, Allah is pure. Who took Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Why did he say that, that who took Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? That again, he did not say. We're going to go through that in this particular slide. Again, here we are saying that because we know it's Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we said who took Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was Allah himself. It's not a jinn who told Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to come, or it was not an angel. We're going to talk about Burak, as an animal which was on which Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam climbed and all that, and very very deep details. Okay, this is a critical analysis. Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat always talked about divine analytical wisdom. That is the ilm of Qutubiyat. Everything has to be looked deeper into to understand the secret. If you just look from the surface, you might understand a lot of things, but then your faith will not be complete, brothers and sisters. Asking why is very important. Faith should not be blind. It should be rational as much as possible, so that once you understand it, then you know what you're following is correctly. Okay. And the more important part of it is I have to look into the seven heavens and all these things, la maqam, all these different states, how it pertains to me in my own meditation. We're going to discuss that. How do I reach la maqam state? We're going to discuss that in this presentation, brothers and sisters. Okay. Again, so the point here is when Allah Ta'ala says that, I invited my abd, right? Subhanallah Asra bi abdihi, that I invited my abd. So he calls Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam abd here, and we're going to discuss that. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was sleeping in Hani's house, which the house is, if you look at the old, there are some sites on the internet which has put a beautiful graphical layout of all the houses like for example, Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu's house in today's Makkah. It is at the back side of the clock tower. Okay. So Hani's house was very close um, to the Kaaba, one of the closest house to the Kaaba. That night, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sleeping in Hani's house at the appointed night, which was very near the Kaaba. Jibril ﷺ came with Burak. Burak is an animal. It had a face of a woman and the body of a horse. And there are a lot of riwayat, the leg of this animal. I'm not going to go into that details, brothers and sisters, because it really doesn't matter. There are a lot of books that talk about those things, right? And you're going to find out, even we're not going to talk about the Jannat descriptions. In first heaven, this happened, second heaven, this happened, third heaven. We're not going to talk about those heavens. We're going to talk about the spiritual aspect of this particular journey. Okay. Because those are information. Information is different from wisdom. Here we are discussing wisdom. We are going to have information as long as it pertains to wisdom, where it will allow me to go into my own critical analysis. Otherwise, I'm not going to put information so that people get bombarded with it, and after half an hour you already forgot about it, and because it's not relevant, right? Your brain can only absorb that much. All right. So again, so he took his servant, Subhanallah Asra bi abdihi. This is the point I was saying. Big discussion happens. Oh, did Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam go in a human form, or did he go in a formless state? The discussion is, well, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam had made wuzu just in Hani's house, and just after the wuzu he went to sleep, right? And and by the time he went for Miraj and came back, the the heat of his bed, because of the human body, when it sleeps on a bed, the heat of the human body is transferred to the bed. The heat of the bed had not become not lost. Means he came back in no time, basically, and we're going to discuss that in detail, right? How do we convince our monkey mind, right? But more of it is a lot of hidden secrets that the kutubs give, based on which you understand the concept very strongly, and so that your iman is not like speculation, assumptions. It's a reality. Okay. So did Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam go in physical form? Simple thing. That answer is available in this ayat. Subhanalladhi asra bi abdihi. Brothers and sisters, you can go in the Quran. The love for Allah, for Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the reason why you exist today. I exist today. I can talk is because of the love for Allah, for His Nur, which is Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Right? He has called Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam with different names in the Quran. Yasin, Taha, Ya Ayyuhal Muzammil. But in this case, in this ayat, he could have called any name, any beautiful names of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, but he called Subhanalladhi Asra bi Abdihi. He called Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as the Abd. Now, Abd word, slavehood, it can only come into being, or it can be tested if there is a body attached to it. The reason I'm saying is, I die tomorrow. I'm put in the grave. Okay, I'm in Barzakh. It is said that from the time you are buried, if you are a good human being, then by the time you're buried and by the time you're the day of judgment happens, it's like a quick wink of an eye. Right now, in that particular state, you're not praying 5 times prayer. You're not making wuzu. You're not going for Hajj or Umrah. You're not giving zakat. All those things is pertaining to the physical body. The moment that physical body is disconnected from the soul, the abdiyat, which is we call Urdu bandagi, fard, right? The 5 time prayer, or I have to make wuzu before I do my prayer. All those things are always connected to the physical body. So the abdiyat, subhanalladhi asra bi abdihi, that abd word pertains directly to the human body, brothers and sisters. So that itself is an indication here that Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam went to Isra wal Meeraj in human form. Okay, with the human body. So I hope that's clarified. Okay, keep going. Now, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam started his journey from Masjid al-Haram to Masjid al-Aqsa. So the question is that, why you could have been taken directly from the Kaaba. Kaaba is much more superior to Masjid al-Aqsa, even from a prayer perspective, right? We say that, you pray one time, one rakah in Kaaba is equal to, in Masjid al-Haram is 100,000 times the ajr if you pray anywhere else. And the next below that comes Masjid al-Nabawi. I am not looking at the number games here, but again, some riwayat say 50,000. Masjid al-Aqsa is below that. So why, if Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has to go to the seventh heaven, why is that Masjid Aqsa is, he has to go to Masjid Aqsa, right? Why not the Kaaba? And we're going to talk about that. Now, the reason why is that, again, when you go for a journey, right? If he had been taken from Hani's house, which is next to the Kaaba, to the Kaaba, from there he is gone. That particular part of the journey there will not be any incidents happening, because brothers and sisters, human beings need example. We are in the world of space and time in form, right? So what happens in this journey? For example, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when he's reaching, when during his journey he sees Musa Alayhi Salatu Wasalam in the grave, he's praying there, correct? And we're going to talk about it later on. Then he goes further and then he sees a caravan. The caravan, the people, they have lost a camel there, and that's when he is nearing Jerusalem, right? They lost a camel and they're looking for it, and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he sees them, and he finds out that they are coming towards Makkah to Mukarramah, and then Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam proceeds on the journey, right? So that's one incident which happened, because for sure that, when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam comes back after this journey to the and start talking this to Sahabas, there is going to be so much of ridicule, and and we're going to talk about that, and people are going to make fun of him, right? So as a proof that this caravan came later to Mecca, later after a few days, And they said, oh yeah, we did see Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that caravan, and said that is the place where we lost our camel and we were close to Jerusalem. So then they couldn't deny, right? Because Allah is trying to what do you call, inject iman into these mushrikeen, that this is my nabi, this is not just some magic happening, right? So that's reason, so one of the reasons is that. The other reason we'll cover later on. Okay, so when Allah Ta'ala on the appointed night, when he sent Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam, wind and Burak, the animal, right, comes to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is the beauty of it. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam already, after making wudu, he's gone to sleep. Okay, now he could have been awake at that time, brothers and sisters. It could have been Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam could have been lying on his bed, just awake, not fallen asleep. But Allah's hikmat, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when Jibril sallallahu alaihi wasallam is given the command to go down now, he reaches in no time, right? Because angels travel at the speed, from the Sidratul Muntaha, within a moment he's there. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is sleeping, and Allah says, my Nabi, my beloved is sleeping. So to wake him up, touch your lips, kiss his feet. Brothers and sisters, what did I say? Kiss. Who said? Allah said that kiss the feet of my Habib. And he continued to say, Jibril, I created you for this day. Brothers and sisters, reflect on this. And now I'm going to say a statement. Clarification will come later on. As soon as Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam kissed the holy feet of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam on that appointed night to wake Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam up, whose Meeraj happened? The Meeraj of Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam happened. Brothers and sisters, clarification, as I said, will come later. Okay, this is the Sufi perspective. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam then sat on the Burak, the heavenly animal. Okay, I'm just putting an indication here from a Sufi perspective. How do I look at Burak? Oh, some heavenly animal with head of a woman and horse, and here my mind is going into a spin, right? Okay, trying to create the image of Burak. No, from a Sufi perspective, when I go into my own Meeraj, I'm not looking for a Burak there, brothers and sisters. Burak will not come, right? I think you agree with me, right? For my Meeraj, Burak is going to come now. That is where the mind has to be conquered. So for me, for my symbolism, Burak for me is the mind. Okay, and we'll talk about that. How to get, after all this storytelling, if it doesn't pertain to my Salaah, what's the use, right? That's what we're going to. So again, from a Burak perspective, from the heavenly animal perspective, because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was taken in the form state, at least we agreed to that now. Right, this particular animal, as soon as Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the blessed body of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, sat on the Burak, the Meeraj of the Burak happened. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, now we're going to go to a little bit more secret, right? Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam saw Musa alayhi salatu wasallam in the grave praying. Okay, now by the time Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has reached Masjid Aqsa, all the 124,000 prophets have gathered there in prayer. And Musa alayhi salatu wasalam is one of them. He's already there. But Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he started his Isra journey, right? He saw Musa alayhi salatu wasalam was in the grave. But by the time Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam on Burak, this is not F-16 or F-20 or A320 or A380. Or Boeing 747. This is Burak, right? So how come, my question is, how come Musa alayhi salatu wasalam overtook Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? There's a moment before he was in prayer in his grave, and next moment he's already in Masjid Aqsa with all the 124,000 prophets waiting for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to lead them in 2 rakat of prayer in Masjid Aqsa. So then my critical thinking cap, I put it on and say, oh, so Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam's Burak was slower than Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. So what heavenly animal did Musa alayhi salatu wasalam use to go from his grave to Masjid Aqsa? And why is that not mentioned anywhere? Question, right? Answer is, brothers and sisters, Burak is still an animal. Musa alayhi salatu wasalam went at the speed of his nabuwat, the spiritual speed, uruj, the rise, the spiritual power of his nabuwat, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam's nabuwat, which is faster than the speed of the Burak on which Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is sitting. Okay, keep that thought in your mind, because right here you're going to have a thought. What about the spiritual, power of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Right? Good question there. Well, that is what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to go from Sidratul Muntaha, because Burak and Jibril sallallahu stopped right there. Where the physical universe, laws of universe, which is the utmost boundary of the creation, was after the seventh heaven. They stopped there. Then Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam proceeded on his power, the power of his nabuwat. Okay, so now I hope you understand why we put this thing just from a Sufi critical thinking perspective, that Burak, even though it's an heavenly animal, it cannot overtake Musa alayhi salatu wasalam's speed of nabuwat, the uruj of nabuwat. Okay, inshallah. So again, brothers and sisters, 2 points here from the slide, from what we are saying. The moment Jibreel salatu wasalam kissed the holy feet of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the softness, the coolness of his lips touched Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he woke up. Musa alayhi salatu wasalam's Miraj happened right away, brothers and sisters, because on that night the Nur of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Nur of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because he's been called for Isra wal Meeraj, it touched right there. It happened. Burak, very there's a history about it. Burak was one animal which was created in herds of millions of animals, and it was sad from the day that he wanted to meet Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the animal, and Allah said, okay, fine. And I don't know the entire in history behind it. It says that the animal would not eat anything, because just so from infinite mercy of Allah said, okay, you are appointed to take Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam for Miraj. You are the animal. So there is some riwayat there. Okay. So Burak had his Miraj done the moment Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam sat on the Burak. Okay. So Masjid al-Aqsa, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam reached Masjid al-Aqsa. He prayed in the masjid. Again, we ask the same question. Whose Miraj happened? The Miraj of Masjid al-Aqsa happened, brothers and sisters. Okay. All prophets and messengers gathered behind Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in prayer in Masjid al-Aqsa. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the Imam. Whose Miraj happened? The Miraj of all the 124,000 prophets and messengers who prayed behind Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Their Miraj happened. Even Masjid al-Aqsa, the furthest mosque, yearned that the blessed feet of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam touches its floor. Hence today in this ayat that we talked about, Subhanalladhi Asra bi abdihi, in that we have the zikr of Masjid al-Aqsa. If Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was taken directly from Kaaba, from Masjid al-Haram, then Masjid al-Aqsa's name would not be mentioned in that ayat. So from a soul perspective, every masjid has a soul. That soul of Masjid al-Aqsa always yearned that, I be connected to the Miraj of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And this is all hidden ilm, brothers and sisters. So Masjid al-Aqsa was chosen for the place of gathering of all the prophets. The prayer happened there. Masjid al-Aqsa's Miraj happened there. And then he was taken to the most blessed journey, which no creation went up to Sidratul Muntaha and beyond from Masjid al-Aqsa. Okay. Just for information, when Jerusalem was conquered, by the time Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, passed away, and it was the time of Umar bin Khattab radiallahu anhu, may Allah bless him, in his Khilafat. And when the Sahabas, Umar bin Khattab radiallahu anhu was handed over the keys of Jerusalem, the Sahabas went and they looked for the place, brothers and sisters, of Masjid al-Aqsa. It was not the Roman soldiers, to disgrace, because it was the King Solomon's temple there at that time. to disgrace the Bani Israel, they had made it to a stable for their horses. The horses would, dung and, hay and everything would be kept smelling basically. And the Sahaba Akram brought water with their amamas. They cleaned the place. They took their turbans off, and the entire Christian community, the bishop and everybody started crying, looking at the love that the Sahabas had. Umar bin Khattab, they were sweeping the floor. They did not stop, brothers and sisters. They cleaned the entire place, spot clean. Then they prayed there. Who would not accept Islam when they see the love they had for Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? They went looking for the place because they knew the signs. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said this stone is there, this is there, and they found the place, and it was full of dirt, and cow and a horse dung and everything. Brothers and sisters, two titles were given to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in Masjid Aqsa: Sayyidul Mursaleen and Imamul Anbiya. So, point, brothers and sisters, whether it is the Jibreel Islam, Buraq, Masjid al-Aqsa, all the prophets and messengers, their Miraj happened on the same night, 27th of Rajab, the night of Isra wal Meeraj. The moment they came in touch with Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, that is, they came in touch with the formless state of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Why I'm saying this thing? In your prayer, you have to get connected to Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, brothers and sisters, for your Miraj to happen. There's an indication right here. We're going to go that in detail, but there's this thing I put here. If they have seen you, they have seen me. We're going to cover this thing later on, in the last few slides, where Allah Ta'ala says in La Maqam, when he's having conversation with his Habib, with his Nur, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, that if somebody has seen you, has seen me. So let's continue. Now, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's journey, the Miraj itself, when it happened, it is said that if a leaf was falling from the branch of a tree, by the time the leaf, came down to the earth, touched the earth, the Miraj was over. Right? Time froze, and it is said that as I said before, some riwayat says 23 years, some riwayats say 100 years. Time froze on earth at that time. Okay. And we're going to discuss that later on, about this time froze and the concept. How do you put in that concept, and how do you understand, relate to it? We're going to talk about that. Bahamuddin Hazrat beautifully gave an incident of how you can, understand this concept. Okay. Again, we'll continue here. The Miraj happened in the night. Why not in the day? If it happened in microseconds and less than a second, like for example, if the Miraj happened at 3:15 a.m., completed at 3:15 a.m., same time, happened and completed at the same time. So the question is that if it happened within no time from an earthly perspective, whether it was time was frozen or not, human beings at that time were not aware of it. Right? The length of the night for Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu was not changed. It was the same thing. They didn't even know about it. For them, it was a non-incident. Correct. So the question is why, if there was no if the journey happened beyond concept of time and space, then what's the big deal here? Why did it happen in the night? It could have happened in the daytime too. The reason, again, you have to go. This is a Sufi perspective, brothers and sisters. The kiswa, the cloth which covers the Kaaba, what color is it? Is it white in color or dark? It's black in color. Why is it black in color? It means Kaaba is a secret. It's a Baytullah. How many people have seen Allah there? If it's a Baytullah, for example, somebody's name is Brother Adil. Okay, Baytul Adil. That means Adil, Brother Adil lives there. Somebody's name, so Baytullah, so Allah lives there. Have you seen Allah there? So question is that again, so the covering of the Kaaba is black, and black signifies hidden, right? In the night you don't see things, so there is secretive things. So this is a secretive journey, hence it happened in the night. Your own creation, my own creation, or all of us creation, it happened in our own mother's womb, in darkness. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam went from first heaven, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, each Jannah. The moment Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam entered that Jannah, there the Miraj of that particular Jannah happened. They got a direct connection to Nur of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The whole heaven was decked for that particular journey. I'm not going to go into to that because that is information is there. You can get it from somewhere else. This is in a different perspective, as I said, brothers and sisters. Okay, Sidratul Muntaha, utmost boundary of creation. That is where up to where Jibril Islam and Burak could reach. They couldn't go one step further. Now the beautiful line here. Till now, the Miraj of Huzur has not happened, but Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the bridegroom for the Miraj. He's the man. You know, he is the man of the journey. You know, the whole heavens and everything is decked up. Seventh heaven, the whole creation is decked up for, because Huzur, who in the form state of form, the Nur of Allah, when it came in the form state, now he's being invited back to La Maqam, into the presence of the oneness of Allah, right? But his Miraj has not yet happened. But here is Huzur getting the Miraj done for Jibreel Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when Jibreel Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam kissed Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's feet, Burak, when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam sat on Burak, Masjid Aqsa, when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam set foot in Masjid Aqsa, prayed 2 rakat for all the angels, for all the prophets and messengers who prayed behind Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. For every heaven, first heaven, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, they're all Miraj happened when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's holy feet touched that particular place. But till now, brothers and sisters, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's Miraj has not yet happened. But here is Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam getting the Miraj of the entities or the beings, whether it's an angel or a Burak or a human being, or it's a masjid or it's a Jannat, their Miraj is getting completed. Brothers and sisters, this is the beauty of the journey. Okay. Now, up to Sidratul Muntaha, you could say, okay, Jibreel Salatu Wasalam, angel, and Burak, physical form, an animal with, a woman's head has come. Now, from here, Jibreel Salatu Wasalam said, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, you have to proceed on your own. We cannot. So, in Riwayat, they say, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam from Sidratul Muntaha, he proceeded on a takht or a seat. Takht means a seat, and it is called Raf. Okay, this is what the Riwayat says. Not Burak. Burak is done. Okay, Raf. Proceeded from Sidratul Muntaha. He proceeded further till he reached a place which is called Sayyid Makani. When he reached Sayyid Makani, instructions were given by Allah to proceed on, because Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was alone. Now Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, in his love and devotion, because brothers and sisters, we know Allah only through Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He's Rabbi Muhammad. Otherwise, you and I would be worshipping idols. So Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, with utmost devotion, replies back to the Allah's voice. Right? Now this is so beautiful here. Look at now. I want to point out the relation between Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We need to understand this is the Miraj. This is the meeting of the Rabb with his Habib. Because there are finer points, brothers. These are the secrets of the heart. So Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam replies back to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala saying, "I am wearing shoes." Brothers and sisters, this is very, very important. Nobody looks at these things. It is the mercy of the Qutubs that they choose us to follow this beautiful path, where every small detail which is relevant for my spirituality is looked into, and it changes, it transforms as an individual. This is not just information. So what's the big deal about shoes? We're going to talk about it. Okay, Allah says no worries, keep coming. Now here's the beauty part of it. The amount of love Allah has for my Habib Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, my Nabi Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The voice which came saying Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to proceed was the voice very similar to Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiyallahu anhu. Brothers and sisters, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam thought for a moment, oh, is Abu Bakr already reached there? Maybe Allah invited Abu Bakr there. My Siddiq is already there. Then Allah says, no, because Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam asked Allah that, the voice is familiar to Abu Bakr Siddiq radhiyallahu anhu. He said, no, I just wanted to make you feel comfortable so that, the voice, I wanted to, create a voice which is closer to the most comfortable voice for you. So here's my Rabb taking care of my Rasul, that even the voice he speaks to is the voice of his closest friend on earth, Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu's voice. That is my Rabb, and his love for his creation. We don't understand the hikmat behind the creation, brothers and sisters. We don't understand. That's the reason our namaz, our salah is not Meeraj. Okay, let's keep going. So Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam reached Arsh. Think about it, brothers. There's Arsh and then there is Kursi is beyond it. Okay, Kursi is where the La Maqam is. Reaches Arsh. After Sidratul Muntaha, then Sayyid Makani is another station from Sayyid Makani to Arsh. What happens, brothers and sisters? The Meeraj of the Arsh happens. Meeraj is the culmination of the spiritual, ceiling, you could say. Of that Arsh happens. Right? You won't go beyond it because the maximum I can go, you can go, is to the place where Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam can take us. When our soul, it's talked about in Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ziyarat of Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, our soul was created from the Nur of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So our soul, it can get to Rasul Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and merge with the Nur. Then once you become one with the Nur, then the Nur takes you to Allah, to the dominion of Allah. You don't go directly to Allah. Shaitan tried that, brothers and sisters, and he failed. Miserably he failed. Allah said, Inna shaitanu adun mubin. You have to go through my Habib, through my Nur of my Habib, Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, to reach me. Shaitan wanted to go directly. And there are people today who pray directly, Best of luck, right? So, keep going. So, he proceeded towards the abode of oneness from which is Kursi. And this is where Huzur reached La Maqam. And this is Ayat Kursi where we say Wasiya Kursiyu Samawati wal Ard. That Kursi that extends, the Kursi, the Kursi which extends beyond Samawati wal Ard. Wasiya Kursi, it's it engulfs it. There is a I don't want to spend too much time here, but there is a in one of the Tariqat books, it is written that the Kursi, even from a physical perspective, just to give you, it's not even physical, but the point is that to understand the insignificance of our creation that we are in, it is said that 18,000 universes that Allah created, the 18,000 universes that Allah created, if it is compared to a physical perspective as a grain of sand in the desert, the Kursi is the desert. The Arsh and Kursi together is the desert. And then we are the speck of the universe in the speck of the grain of sand that is there in the desert, and we still have the ego of I, right? So okay, continue. When Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam did Meeraj, even his shoes got the privilege to get its Meeraj, the shoes Meeraj completed, because Allah said, proceed my Habib with the earthly shoes, where Jibril Amin could not reach, because he had to stop where? At Sidratul Muntaha. 1 inch from there, he said he would get burnt. My point is, brothers and sisters, something which is connected to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam as insignificant. I'm not saying Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam shoes on my head, brothers and sisters, but my point is that as insignificant as the shoes, as long as it is connected to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, it got its Meeraj done. What about us, brothers and sisters? if we connect to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam with the utmost adab, and we are going to talk about that as part of our Aqidah. This is where most of the Muslims of today are messed up. Okay, and we're going to talk about that in detail. If we connect to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in the purest form, where now we start loving Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam because I have realized the true state of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, then love automatically permeates in me. I don't have to generate it. It automatically happens when you inhalate into the to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. When you understand the secrets of the creation of Allah, of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, of Ahlul Bayt, of Maula Ali, Maula Hassan, Maula Hussein, Ummah Amina, Abba Abdullah, when you understand all those secrets there, then automatically you will merge with Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Your heart will be filled with love for Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The love for the dunya will not be existing there anymore. Then your miraj can happen, brothers, because the shoes, the earthly shoes, got the privilege to get its miraj done. There is a big hikmat behind the shoes being taken for miraj, brothers and sisters. Allah is trying to tell us something. People don't talk about these things. Because guess what? They are busy talking about first heaven, second heaven, the pearls and the fried fish and the huris and all that. Nobody's talking about the shoes of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which went for Miraj and came back. Let's continue. In the morning, brothers and sisters, this is the most beautiful part about the incident of the shoes. In the morning after Miraj, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he was seen sitting at his doorsteps and he is mending his shoes. He's repairing his shoes, which he took for Miraj. The arrogant Abu Jahl and company, when they heard, because Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam started narrating the incident of Isra and Meeraj to the Sahabas, they said, oh, we had so many gods, you already demolished all these gods and you're talking bad about these gods, and you created fiction amongst us, and now you're saying that believe in one God, and now today you have come back and said that okay, I went to that one God and just came back in the night. And then Abu Jahl, the mentally retarded Abu Jahl, he made a statement. He said, "Oh, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? He's saying, oh, here is Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He doesn't call him Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. You know that, right? Nauzubillah. He says, I don't want to say the name. He said, well, here he is, can't even, he's fixing his shoes here. His sandals in the night, right? In the morning." And he said yesterday he went in the night, now he went to Allah and came back, and he still has to fix his shoes in the morning. He was making fun of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. What does this idiot know? That this is the companion of the Miraj, of my Habib, of my Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And he is taking care of that shoes. He's repairing it. That one object which went with him to La Maqam and came back. Brothers and sisters. So there is a lot of hidden secrets behind these things, brothers and sisters. This is the highest level of fakiri. He has Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam gone to La Maqam and come back. And he is living his life in a very simple way as a fakir. There is no show off, there is no riya. Because riya itself or show off is a part of shirk. And Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is a fakir. He says, Ana fakru fakri or fakri minni. That, if I'm proud of something in my ummah, is the fakirs of the ummah. And I'm the biggest fakir. And fakir is from me. That's what Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said. Now, we're going to talk about the incident of the fisherman calling Huzuraka Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in Auzubillah as a liar. When the discussion was going on about Isra wal Meeraj, and this is going to take a little bit of time, brothers and sisters. When the discussion was going about Isra wal Meeraj, there was one fisherman who was passing by in front of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and the Sahaba sitting together and discussing Isra wal Meeraj. And he heard about the whole incident and he started laughing. And he said, you are telling us that you went to from from Kaaba to Jerusalem, from there to the seventh heaven, and you came back and said time had not changed. Earthly, the time, still stands still. He said, now you want us to, Zubillah, believe that lie also. And this is when Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu heard about that. And, because, Abu Jahl went and complained about Siddiq radiallahu anhu that, what, your companion is now talking about this. This is the fisherman when he started abusing Huzur sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What happened, brothers and sisters? And I don't know how many, the Qutubs, this is the mercy of the Qutubs. They give the explanation of this thing. The fisherman, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in his infinite mercy wanted to teach people, right? Even though, the makhluk is nashukra, right? He wanted to teach that my Habib is speaking the truth. Ya Allah, he's speaking the truth. The fisherman has got a fish in his hand and he takes it to his house. Okay, this is what happened. He takes it to his house and he gives it to his wife and says, I'm going to take a shower in the pond close to their house and then come back. By the time I come back, make sure the food is ready. I'm hungry. That's what the fisherman said. So he goes to his house, gives it to the fish to his wife because he heard, this is what happened, that he heard Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companion sitting there. He made a few remarks, but he said, he called Inauzubillah Huzur sallallahu alaihi wasallam a liar. Allah immediately Allah wanted to clarify, because there is, remember one thing, brothers and sisters, in this, during this presentation, I'm going to keep on, my whole intention, why I'm spending all my time and energy on this thing is, I want every brother and sister who is listening to this thing to understand there is a deep relation of adab of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that you and I have to give from the deepest part of our heart to the miraj of your own being. Okay, so the moment this fisherman calls Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam a liar and he passes by, he doesn't care. He moves on because he's got his fish for his day. He gives it to his wife. He goes into this pond. He takes his dress off, okay, and he jumps into the pond. This is the greatness of Allah. When he comes out of the pond, he comes in a totally different physical realm, brothers and sisters. In that, when he comes out of that, but he's still conscious that he's that fisherman. In his back of his mind, subconscious mind, he knows he's the fisherman who just, took his clothes off and jumped into the pond to take a quick bath and, and a swim and then go back to his wife to eat his fried fish, right? Okay, he jumps into the pond. He comes out in a different physical realm where he comes out of as a very beautiful woman, a young, beautiful woman. The prince of that particular physical realm, a different physical realm, brothers and sisters, he is with his, hunting, he's hunting. He sees this beautiful woman and says, oh, this is going to be my queen. He picks her up. This fisherman is now a woman. Think about it. He picks her up, takes her to the palace. Now it's a she, okay? It's a woman now. Takes to the palace, gets married in a pomp and glory and everything. For the next 7 years, the guy is busy now, right? He's having 7 kids, okay? 1 child, second child, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 sons are born to this fellow, to the fisherman who's now a woman, okay? When the 7th baby is a small, breastfeeding baby, this woman now feels that I should go and take a shower in that pond, the same pond where the fisherman emerged out of. Again, she takes her eldest son, because now she's a mother of 7 children, right? So eldest son, who must be 6 years old at that time, and says, and her the youngest one, which is, maybe breastfeeding at that time, and says, let's go, I want to take a swim. So she takes the eldest son, and when she reaches the pond, she says, I'm going to get a swim, boy. He tells the eldest son, take care of the baby. I'm going to come in 2 minutes. She jumps into the pond. Boom. Back. The fisherman now, Allah transported him back to the same pond in Makkah. He comes out of it. Think about it, brothers and sisters. But this fisherman is totally conscious about he being a woman and delivering, 7 children. He comes out of it, the pond, he puts his dress on, he runs to his house. The wife is just finishing cooking the fish and says, oh, you're back, okay. I'm just finishing cooking your lunch for you. Come have a seat. This guy gets pissed off. He says, oh, I just had, came out of that pond on the other side. I don't know where it was. And then I got married to this prince. I had to bore 7 children, and then I jumped into the pond. And it took a long time. I spent a long time there, having 7 children for 7 years or whatever it is. And then I come back, and this fried fish that you're making, when I left you for 7 years, you got married to another man. She said, no, are you crazy? This is the fish that you just gave me a few minutes before. So he couldn't believe it. He started hitting his wife. As it is, he's crazy enough to call Nauzubillah Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam a liar, right? Then he starts hitting his wife. It becomes a big scene. The wife says, even though, there was so much of persecution on the Sahabas, the whole of Mecca called Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam Al-Amin. The wife says, nothing doing, you're not going to thrash me anymore. I'm going to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Even though they were not Muslims, she goes to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The whole gathering, because he started beating his wife, everybody walks towards Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and said, okay, this fellow, he went and, to give me the fish. He went to take a bath, comes back, and then he says, I got married, and, this fried fish is for my new husband. And I'm telling that it didn't take much time. The bottom line is, brothers and sisters, so Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says, to the woman, to fisherman's wife, what you said is true. Then he turns around and tells the fisherman, said, what you said is also true. So now everybody's confused. So he tells the fisherman, okay, let's go to the pond now. So he jumps into the pond. He said, now take your clothes and jump out and jump into the pond. Now, because he's completely perplexed, now, he's shivering because in front of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, because reality is coming out, right? He listens to, obeys Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, takes his clothes off, jumps into the pond. When he jumps in, it comes out of it, he's come out again in the same place where he was the queen for the prince, bearing as a woman, bearing 7 children. By the time the whole place, everybody is jumping around because the elder son must have gone crazy, because where is my mother, right? He was panic situation. Mother jumped into the lake and she's not there anymore, right? The king and everybody is in the river. She comes out of it and everybody is hugging and kissing her. Oh, the queen has come and everything. The king is happy. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam appears there right at that moment, talks to the king very peacefully, and he was a believer, and he says, this is what's happened. Okay, she is your wife, but he's a fisherman in the other realm, so let her go. You have got 7 children from her. They are very beautiful and believing children. Raise them up in your palace and they will do good. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam blesses the king and the 7 children and says, let her free now. So the king listens to him. She jumps into the pond. The fisherwoman, the queen, sorry brothers, comes out again on this side. And when he comes out, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam still standing with the Sahabis on the other side. So now he was completely confused. He said, Ya Rasulullah, you were with the Sahabis a moment ago. You're still there. Sahabis did not miss Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, but Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was in the other physical realm at the same time, talking to the king, negotiating with him to leave the queen to jump back into the pond. Okay, if the king captures the queen, he's going to be stuck there. He's not going to come out. And then the concept of going and coming back, the freezing of the 23 years, it was never a question for the Sahabas, brothers and sisters. Second question, brothers, this is what I'm saying. The first one that we talked about earlier was, did the Miraj happen in physical form? We said yes, we proved it, right? Subhanalladhi asra bi abdihi. We said we proved it saying from the word abd. Here we are proving the journey of Isra wal Meeraj happened within the same instant. And the fisherman fell at Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's feet and accepted Islam. Brothers and sisters, my question, why is this not talked about? Why is this being hidden now? I don't hear this mentioned anywhere. It is the mercy of the Qutubs, brothers and sisters, that they give you the entire story. A lot of, and we're going to talk about the treachery which has happened around Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his actual status, right, as the Noor of Allah. And that's the reason, today people's prayers are not Meeraj. I can vouch on that. The monkey mind will take them to the supermarket here and there. By the time the first rakah is over, some people, if they pray 4 rakah, they don't remember whether I prayed 3 rakah or 4 rakah. You have to get to the different spiritual state, but before you get to a different spiritual state, you have to understand my Rasul properly, our Rasul properly. And right there, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam showed the Sahabas that he was in two separate realms. One was the realm with the Sahabas in Makkah, and the other realm is with the fisherman who has turned into a woman, and he is the queen of the king with having 7 children, bearing 7 children. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam proved it to them right there. I can be in two realms at the same time. And then we have the clowns of this ummah. I don't know what to say. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was just an ordinary human being. In Auzubillah. I think, I don't know what to call, forget it. Let me move on, right? Because I got a work to do. I got, work to do here. Let's continue. Again, the status of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So, brothers and sisters, why Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala allowed the shoes? Because whatever is connected to my beloved, it can be as insignificant as my shoes, as Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam shoes. Miraj will get done. Brothers and sisters, the love and adab for Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in a complete, it is not blind love, also realization of the true status of the spiritual state of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam without a atom of doubt. Not any assumptions, not any assumptions, not any speculation, no. So for me, brothers and sisters, once I understood the story of the fisherman, that Huzur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam proved it to the fisherman. The fisherman is the proof, right? Is a third. So now the Sahabas are there, but still, even after all these things, the Makkah mushrik rejected that, because you know what, the fisherman accepted Islam. So great, now, okay, this guy is on Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam side. So Abu Jahl and company is back to demeaning Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and trying to out for ways to insult Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? So let's continue. So again, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, we are saying, doing us not a comparison, but we are just talking. This is wisdom, brothers and sisters. When he was invited to, Jabal Tur to get his 10 commandments, when he reached when he climbed up the Jabal Tur and we reached the top part, Allah Ta'ala said, remove your shoes. This is sacred place. That place, that just the tajalli, of Allah came, and it's in the form of fire, and Musa alayhi salatu wasalam actually passed away. His soul came out of his body at that time. Allah had to put it back. He actually lost consciousness when he requested Allah that I want to see you, and he said, you won't be able to see me, not with this physical eyes, right? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the point we are saying is that a piece of sacred land in earth, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam had to remove his shoes. And here's Allah Ta'ala going, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Allah Ta'ala inviting his Habib, first heaven, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Then going to Sintratul Munta, from that to Sayyidul Makani, from there to Lam, to the Arsh, then to La Makam, to the Kursi. And he has got his physical shoes on. Brothers and sisters, let's continue. When Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam reached Arsh, the Arsh talked with Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And the Arsh said that, Ya Rasulullah, when La ilaha illallah was written, I started shaking with fear, the Jalal of Allah. Till Muhammad Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was written, and then it became stabilized and became peaceful. It came to the state of Salam. So La ilaha illallah is the Jalal of Allah. Muhammad Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is Rahmatul lil Alameen, and the Arsh stabilized. Some of the 4 zikrs which are there, and the Arsh, talked to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, said, Ya Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, on my arsh, here's what's written. Ana zikr min zakarani. I remember who remembers me. Ana muhib min yuhibni. I befriend who befriends me. Ana zaid man shakarni. Whoever thanks me, I increase his namat. Ana jib man duani. Who supplicates me, I approve his supplications. The arsh of Allah. Said these are what Allah has written there. This is like testimony, or that Allah has written. Then Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was shown a scenario where all the prophets and messengers were on the right side of the arsh. On the left, only Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was standing alone. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked, why was this the case? And it was said that, Ya Rasulullah, behind you will be a lot of sinners in your ummah who will not be able to get to the right side without your intercession, without your shifaat. And because you are Rahmatul Alameen and you are the Sayyidul Mursaleen, you are the Imamul Anbiya, you are the Rahmatul Alameen, we have kept you on the left hand side. Otherwise, none of these sinners will be able to move from the left side of the arch to the right side, brothers and sisters. Inshallah. Let's go. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam reaches the abode of unity, right? And it says that, Fakana Kaaba Qausain or Adna, that the distance between Al Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and his Rabb was less than a bow or two bow lengths or less than that. And the famous lines that we all recite in our prayer, At-tahayatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu, right? This is Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam saying, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala replying, Assalamu alayka ya hayyu nabi rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Then Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam saying, Assalamu alayna wa ala ibadis illahi salihin. And then all the angels and everybody, the heavenly beings saying, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasulahu. And this is the tashahud, or the testimony. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, all salutation, reverence, compliments are for Allah, and all acts of worship and good deeds for Him. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala replies to His beloved Nabi, peace be upon you, O Prophet, Hayyun Nabi, and Allah's mercy and blessings. Then Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam replies back, peace be upon us and upon the righteous, Ibadillahi Salihin, brothers and sisters. Okay, righteous servants of Allah. Very, very important. So we have to become a Saleh. Okay. The darja of the Salihin is one step above the Mu'min, brothers and sisters. When somebody says kalima from his tongue, he is a Muslim. The Muslim can be divided as either he can go towards becoming a Mu'min, or he can become a fasik who could create fasad. He could be a munafiq, where the true iman has not entered his. A munafiq is a hypocrite. Entered his heart. He's not entered his heart. Beyond the level of mu'min is salihin. So Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is saying, peace be on the righteous or salihin. He did not say Muslimin there, brothers and sisters. So very, very important. We have to go beyond. When somebody starts loving Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam more than his own self, and then he starts doing all the faraid of the five pillars of Islam, and he starts living a righteous life. And then, brothers and sisters, he becomes a Mu'min. Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat said, become a Mu'min is so rare, he said. He said it's so rare to become a Mu'min. Now this Mu'min keeps on doing Saleh Amal. He's not just giving 2.5% zakat, or he's doing so much of Saleh Amal on top of all the arkan of Islam and everything, Hajj, Umrah, zakat and everything, and he's a good human being, and he does all his hukuk for Allah and the makhluk, all the rights he fulfills them. but he keeps on doing good deeds on top of it. Then one day Allah Ta'ala, out of this moment, he picks a few of them and then upgrades them to a level of Salihin. That somebody who keeps on doing Saleh Amal. On top of Salihin, brothers and sisters, is the Darja of Siddiqeen. Out of this Salihin, Allah again filters some of them who, when they speak, only speak the truth. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, Siddiq Akbar is Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu, mashallah. When they open up their tongue, they only speak the truth, brothers. Then you become to the Darja of Siddiqeen. Ba Muhyiddin Hazrat said, Zabiha, true Zabiha of sacrificing an animal can only be done by a Siddiqeen. Only a Siddiqeen can take the knife and say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, take this and cut the throat of the animal. If you're not a Siddiqeen, you are not qualified according to Ma Muhyiddin Hazrat. How many people are Siddiqeen? Is my namaz Meeraj? If that's not the case, I am not a Mu'min. On top of Mu'min is Salihin, on top of Salihin is Siddiqeen. So brothers and sisters, this is all today's Islam. It's all stories anyway. Nobody cares. Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Ziba the animal and eat it, because I love chicken biryani and mutton biryani and beef and all that. Who cares about true zabiya, right? Because some ulama or some sheikh said, just say Bismillah, Allahu Akbar. Take the name of Allah and just go for it. I put a presentation on Zabiha, brothers and sisters. Go, if you have time, go and listen to it, inshallah. Ba Muhyiddin Hazrat said, what, leave, don't do Zabiha anymore, become a vegetarian. He said, because if you follow that, then a day could come that your namaz will become Miraj, your Salah will become Miraj. You keep on eating these poor animals, who are sacrificed not in the right way. Yeah, you are actually taking the curse, you're incurring the curse of these animals. And then you're making it part of your body by eating them. And if the body is not pure, then how is your Miraj going to happen? I think these are all stories for people, but I'm following the path of the Qutub. So for me, it's part of my life. So I move on, inshallah. So brothers and sisters, hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, verily between man and polytheism is shirk, right? Mushrik, idol worship, right? And disbelief is abandoning prayer. So the 5-time prayer is very, very important. I cannot say to you, oh, I'm a great Sufi, recording these presentations. No, brothers and sisters. 5-time prayers is important. You can be greatest Sufi. The greatest Sufi is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. No, there's no greater Sufi than Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And even till the last moment of his, earthly life, he prayed, even though he had to sit and pray, lie down and pray. He never, abandoned one prayer, brothers and sisters. So if you meet a Sufi, he says, what, I'm at such a high level that I don't pray 5 times, run away from him, brothers and sisters. Run away. Okay? He's not a Sufi, he's a shaitan. Okay, let's go. There are, just to add, there are people who are at the level of Majzub, where Allah Ta'ala, they become so engrossed in Allah Ta'ala that Allah Ta'ala zabt, it just takes their mind away. They're not in their mind anymore. They're not in the physical senses. They don't know the concept of time. They are always in the zikr of Allah. You people may call them mad, but then they are, Allah has, just, they are only physically present in this world, but they are with Allah all the time. In his universe, in his, physical, in his realm, not in the physical realm. For them, they don't know the concept whether it is Zohar, Asr, or Maghrib. They'll be sitting down and like a fakir somewhere, and you go them. People will say, "Oh, they'll throw stones at them and say, oh, this is a Majzub, is a mad guy." No. For those people, they are maybe the closest to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. You never know. Beware of the fakirs of the ummah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, brothers and sisters. Ana fakru fakri o fakri minni. Be aware. Be caution. When a fakir comes to you and says, "Give me some money," give it to him. You never know. It's not that you become a millionaire after that, but you never know what blessing the fakir will give you. Always respect and do adab to the fakirs of this ummah. So bottom line I'm saying, brothers and sisters, is there are fakirs that I have met in my life where they have no concept of time. They're sitting there in the zikr of Allah, so engrossed, they have no concept of time. For them, if somebody reaches that level of majzub, then 5 times prayer can be, they don't abandon it, they don't even know, they're not conscious about it, so they don't pray. Okay, for the rest of us who are in senses, 5 time prayers, definitely. There's no, discount for anybody here. Okay, let's keep going. This is beautiful, brothers and sisters. This part of this slides has been taken from Hazrat Abdullah Shah Sahab. He's a Muhaddis Dakkan, Sayyid Abdullah Shah Sahab. May Allah Ta'ala, increase in his darja in Akhirah. Fatiha for him. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin Ar-Rahman Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in Ihdina siratal mustaqim siratal ladina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin Amin. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. There are few slides which we are talking about what Allah bestowed to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam at Arsh, and this are taken from one of the books of Hazrat of Meeraj of Hazrat Abdullah Shah Sahab. Okay, we're going to go through this quickly. This is just information. There is no analysis here. So we're going to go through it quickly, four or five slides. Okay. So, and then we come back to again to the Qutubiyat, ilm of Qutubiyat. Just we wanted to put this information here so that it's more rounded and it's more complete. Okay. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave angel Jibrail 600,000 wings. What did Allah Ta'ala give Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? Allah Ta'ala said Allah Ta'ala will take 100,000 sinners destined from the ummah of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam for every strand of hair in Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's blessed body. Brothers and sisters, contemplate on that. Okay, I'll go to the next one. I'll be quick here because I'm still trying to complete it as fast as I can. Allah made the angels do sajda to Adam alayhi salam. Clarification, because this is a big thing, right? Surah Baqarah, right? Allah asked everybody to bow in front of Adam. Allah again clarified in Meeraj of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, it is the sajda to your Noor, Ya Habib, which is imprinted on the forehead of Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. This is what was gifted to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Okay, sajda was not to Adam alayhi salatu wasalam, but to the Noor which of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which is Noor Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which was imprinted on the forehead of Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. Allah created Adam alayhi salatu wasalam in Jannah, and he had to live because of the disobedient act, one act of obedience, brothers, and he had to leave Jannah. How many times do we disobey Allah in this earth, right? So, okay, let's continue. Allah created Adam alayhi salatu wasalam and put him in Jannah directly. He had to leave. Huzur's ummat, if we, through the shifat of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, provided we honor, respect to the utmost of our innermost heart. Think about it. Even Jibreel alayhi salatu wasalam, when he came from Meeraj, Allah Ta'ala said, Ya Jibreel, my Nabi is sleeping. To wake him up, kiss his feet. And for this day I have created you. So, brothers and sisters, if I see my Nabi, first thing, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to kiss his feet. I don't think there is any fatwa going to come against me for that. I hope so. Shirk or biddah, And they expect the shafaat of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Let's continue. So Huzur's Ummat, once they enter Jannah, they will leave there for time infinite. Okay. Adam alayhi salatu wasalam was in Jannah, but he was taken out. Huzur's Ummat, if we qualify, if we don't do Biadbi of Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we'll talk about it in detail. Then we get into Jannah, we'll be there time infinite. Okay. Idris alayhi salatu wasalam was taken to Maqam Ala. This is Maqam Ala is a status in Jannah. Right. This is the Nabi Idris alayhi salatu wasalam. What about Huzur? Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was taken to the Arsh and conversation happened there. Jannah is, uh, is below Sidratul Muntaha, right? Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is taken to the Arsh, and conversation with Allah happened there at the Arsh. Allah gave Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam the ark, the ship. For Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, for Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the Ummat's every masajid, I hope masajid which does not disrespect Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Ahlul Bayt, and the true Aqidah, I would say, right? Not every masajid, right? Which will talk, everything is bid'ah and shirk, right? A pure Sunni masajid, or a pure masajid which loves Ahlul Bayt, right? They are arcs. They are arcs. Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam was given one arc. Every masajid is an arc which will help you cross the ocean of hell. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, saved him from fire of Namrud. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah will save his ummah from the fire of hell. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam the title of Khalil, as a friend. After a lot of obedience, he was tested, trials and tribulations, brothers, the whole Hajj, right? He was told to, he did not have a child for 100 years. Then he got married. Second time he married Hajra. Then Ismail salatu wasalam was born. 6 months, infant. Leave him, the mother and the son at Kaaba. When he's 14 years old again, go and zabiha him. Till that time, Ishaq al-Islam is not yet born. He's still the only son. Go and zabiha him. Out of all these trials and tribulations, a lot of obedience, Allah Ta'ala made Ibrahim al-Islam as his Khalil. For Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he will accept the tawbah of the sinners of this ummah. This is the preference that Allah is giving his Noor, his Habib, Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He will accept the tawbah of the sinners of this ummah and accept them as his Khalil, because of the shafaat of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Allah gave fidya in lieu, right, of the life of Ismail Salatu Wasalam, a lamb. For Huzur's ummah, the fidya is the mushrikeen, who do idol worship and misguided people. Allah gives Saleh alayhi salatu wasalam a she camel, which became azab for the people who disobeyed Saleh salatu wasalam. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah Ta'ala gave two things: Madina Munawara, beautiful city of Madina Munawara, and Quran. We continue. Allah saved Lut alayhi salatu wasalam from the bad ummah because they were homosexuals. If you know, brothers and sisters, if you remember that. In the darkness of the night before the Azam came, they were rescued. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah Ta'ala said, Ya Huzur, when the night of Hijrah happens, I will save you from the mushrikeen of Makkah. All you have to do is recite the ayats of Yasin, Surah Yasin, and when you reach the 9th verse, which is وَجَعَلْنَا مِنْ بَيْنِ أَيْدِيهِمْ شَدًّا وَمِنْ خَلْفِهِمْ شَدًّا فَغْشَيْنَاهُمْ فَهُمْ لَا يُبْصِرُونَ. You take sand and just throw it and open the door and walk away. They will not be able to see you. Now remember, brothers and sisters, this particular incident, okay, of Hijrah happened after the Meeraj. The Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was already given this information at the Arsh by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, that Lut alayhi salatu wasalam was saved from his ummah in the middle of the night. Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam will be saved on the night of Hijrah just by taking a sand in his hand, reciting the ayat of the Yasin, and then blowing. Allah saved Hud alayhi salatu wasalam and his closest followers from the wind, but destroyed the rest of the non-believers during the time of Hud alayhi salatu wasalam. For Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's ummah, again special privilege, the wind will protect the Huzur's ummah on the Pool Sirat, which we have to cross, but not the transgressors. Transgressors are other people who are not following Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, or they have done be'adbi or whatever the case is, hypocrites of the ummah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they will not be protected, or mushrikeen or whatever it is. I have to, my aim is I have to be a mu'min, I have to become a salihin, because Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made dua in at-tahiyat, right, for salihin, ala ibadillahi salihin. Okay. Allah made Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, kalamullah, on Koh Tur. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah did kalam, talked, had conversation, not just at the arsh, but at la maqam. Nobody has reached there. That is a place where, no, that's where they sat in at-tahiyat. It's beyond the arsh. Allah gave Musa alayhi salatu wasalam Torah. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, one lofty ayat, brothers and sisters, ayatul kursi, far outweighs the entire book of Torah. One ayat of the Quran, the most lofty ayat of the Quran, Surah Baqarah, ayat number 255. Allah gave Musa alayhi salatu wasalam and his followers, let them cross the Red Sea and without getting their feet wet, right? Because the Musa alayhi salatu wasalam used the stick, and Allah Ta'ala said to using the stick, he parted the Red Sea and then they crossed across, right? And Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it is said, on the day when they cross the pool Sirat, because of the heat, their legs will not get dry. Because with the pool Sirat, below the fire of hell will be burning. So for the ummah, the heat is not going to make our skin dry. Okay, that is the privilege that Allah is giving our Nabi's ummah. Allah gave Musa alayhi salatu wasalam asa, a staff, and made all the magicians lose when they challenged Musa alayhi salatu wasalam in the court of Firaun. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his ummah will receive his shifat. Allah said, okay, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam will be the intercessor for the day of Qiyamah. Only his intercession will be accepted. Not even the intercession of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, Isa alayhi salatu wasalam, nobody. Dawud alayhi salatu wasalam, nobody will be accepted. Only, or the 1,24,000 prophets or messengers. Only Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam shafat will be accepted. Allah gave Musa alayhi salatu wasalam a rock from which 12 springs emerged, and this was for the 12 tribes of Bani Israel. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he gave House Kausar, which will quench the thirst of the Ummah, and once they drink from the House Kausar, they will enter Jannah. Allah gave Dawud alayhi salatu wasalam a miracle to make rock into wax. It was a miracle. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whoever accepts him, their rock-like heart turns softer than wax. Because he's Rahmatul lil Alameen, brothers and sisters. Allah made Dawud alayhi salatu wasalam the Khalifa. For Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's made his entire ummah the Khalifa of the earth. Now, this is an incident that happened at Sidratul Muntaha when Huzur Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam was about to leave Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam and the Buraq to go further in his journey. So Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam asked Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to make dua to Allah when he reaches La Maqam, that to get permission that he can spread his wings across the pool Sirat on the day of judgment for the ummah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because the love that Jibril sallallahu alaihi wasallam had for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he wanted to do something more for his ummah. So when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam reached La Maqam, he asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that this is the request that Jibril sallallahu alaihi wasallam had put forth, and Allah Ta'ala said that I do accept the request, the dua, and inshallah it will happen. I'll allow Jibril alayhi salam to extend his wing across the pool Sirat, but with a condition, and the condition is that only those people from your ummah will cross over pool Sirat above the wings of Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam, who does the durud or salawat on Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam extensively.
That preference will be given to only those people of the ummah, inshallah.
So, brothers and sisters, this is what contribution that we took from the book of Meeraj from Hazrat Abdullah Shah Sahib, Muhaddis Dakkan. Inshallah, we continue. So this is just to give a perspective of the privileges or the ni'mat that we get, compared to all the other prophets and messengers by being part of Huzur Akbar Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's Ummah. It's just a few that we mentioned. Okay. The ni'mat فَبِأَيِّ آلَاءِ رَبِّكُمَا تُكَذِّبَانِ. We can't even thank Allah for what He has given. Again, Surah Rahman. So again, not all has been revealed. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave the gift of prayer 50 times Salah on the day when at La Maqam. Coming back, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam coming back, he meets Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, and we all know about this thing, right? He comes back and Musa alayhi salatu wasalam says, Bani Israel, I could not even get them fulfill the morning and the evening prayer. Please go and ask for a discount, right? So Huzakam Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam goes back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah ta'ala says, okay, I'll give you 5 less. Then it becomes 45. Again, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam sends him back. So that happens 9 times, brothers and sisters. 45 reduced to 40, reduced to 35, reduced to 30, reduced to 25, reduced to 20, reduced to 15, reduced to 10, reduced finally to 5. Sufi Ikram says that Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, one of the things is definitely, he's trying, from his experience, right? As the Nabi just before Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that, what I'm trying to make sure that, I help my brother, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so that, there is some ground reality, right, on the earth, maybe a messenger or prophet, but, people don't listen, basically. So, but the point Fikram says that Musa alayhi salatu wasalam could not, he wanted to see Allah. That was his dream, to see Allah. Because, when you talk to somebody and when you get close to somebody, even in the earthly life, the next thing happens in your heart is, oh, I want to see that person. If you have been talking for a long time, it happens. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has been conversing with Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. So Musa alayhi salatu wasalam could not see Allah, but the Sufi Akram says that Musa alayhi salatu wasalam did not want to leave the opportunity of seeing the eyes which just saw Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, had the ziyarat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at La Maqam, which was the eyes of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The first creation who would do the ziyarat of the eyes which just saw Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So because of his extreme, desire in his heart to not forego that moment, he kept on sending Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam back. That is one of the other Sufis say, in extreme love, please keep going, go back, go ask more, because then he will have a chance to meet Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam again when coming back from Allah, you know, for meeting Allah. So we continue there. So again, the 5 times of gift of the prayer was given to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, even at this point, brothers and sisters, we talked all these things, right? Discussion, everything. Till this point, the Miraj, the true Miraj, why the purpose of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam being invited to Allah's presence has not happened. Here it happens. Then comes the final moment, while Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala dresses Huzur Akbar sallallahu alaihi wasallam with the divine names, brothers and sisters. And then Allah Ta'ala says, He says that one who calls you will reach me. Now Allah Ta'ala gives all Allah has Jalali names as well as Jamali names, brothers and sisters. He is Ya Jal Jalali wal Ikram, This is Jalali names, majesty and all, Ya Qawi is the most strong. But all the Jamali names, Ya Rauf, Ya Rahim, Ya Awwal, Ya Akhir, all of them he bestows on Huzur Akbar Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, not just bestows the names, but also bestows the tajalli, the grace which is accompanying with the name. He dresses Huzur Akbar Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, with that, the spiritual personality with that. And this actually became the Meeraj of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, brothers and sisters. And he is the Sayyid al-Mursaleen, Imam al-Anbiya. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is awwal. Allah is also awwal. Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam is akhir. Allah is also akhir. Brothers and sisters. So that is the culmination of the kalima that, you know, Adam alayhi salatu wasalam came. La ilaha illallah. Adam is the prophet of Allah, right? So then Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam, then Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, Dawud alayhi salatu wasalam, Isa alayhi salatu wasalam. Everybody comes and goes. Finally, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam comes, and then the title is for time infinite, right? It doesn't change. So that is the special relationship with Allah and His Nur, brothers and sisters. And we are the ummati of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And we are going to talk about, you know, the how careful we have to be when we are in the adab, you know, adab of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, respect and love for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam in our heart. This is something in the heart. Allah looks into our heart, brothers and sisters. We have to be very careful about that. And we'll talk about that in the future slides. Okay, so let's continue. Now, this is something which is not discussed much, you know, because a lot of the at the Shariat level, Tariqat level, after that they don't discuss it. What happened when the veil was lifted? When Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you know, went through, you know, 70,000 veils. These are the veils that every human being, we also have to cross these veils to have our Miraj done. He reaches La Maqam. La Maqam is what? La Maqam is a place where you cannot specify that place. So from till Arsh, you could still say, okay, Arsh is a place. But from Arsh to Kursi to La Maqam, there is no place after that. When you reach a place where you cannot define the place, it becomes La Maqam. Okay, there is no address there. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam saw a brilliant mirror at La Maqam. And you know, he asked, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Ya Allah, can I see you? And Allah Ta'ala at that point said that the body, you know, the veil, which is your body, because he, brothers, sisters, he had come with his physical body. That's no doubt, right? Because he had his shoes on, right? The physical body veil has to be lifted. And that was lifted. We have a physical body, we have and then we have you know, other layers within us. One of the body is the astral body. Inside there is an inner heart. These are things that you have to understand once you go into deep level of spirituality. But the point is that when the final veil was lifted, when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the body form was disconnected, and then the spiritual form with his inner heart, which is Ahmad, when it went and opened up, that was the, when you open up that final veil, when you disconnect from the physical body, then that final veil opens up. From a Sufi perspective, for our Miraj to happen, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam saw a mirror in front of him. And we're going to talk about the mirror later on in few slides. For now, let's say it's a mirror. Okay, I saw a mirror. In that mirror, he saw the brilliance of 18,000 created universes. In the mirror, he saw his own form, a reflection of his own form as a 16-year-old boy, you know, with just mustache appearing, and you know, the beard is just, you know, hair coming out, with a radiant and beautiful face. Allah Ta'ala says, and Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat, this is the ilm of Qutubiyat, brothers and sisters. Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat said, when you reach the level of your Meeraj, and when the final veil is lifted, when you go beyond your physical body in your meditation, one sees one's own inner beauty in the mirror of the heart. So in Auzubillah, if I think in Auzubillah, oh, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was just an ordinary human being, you are never going to reach these states, brothers and sisters. When Allah Ta'ala did not like the fisherman calling Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam a liar in Auzubillah, he went to make him went through that experience. And we're going to talk about that in the future slides. This is a lot of things, and towards the end of it is going to be about our Akida, you know, about the fundamentals of our faith. what would go the obstacles that we face to complete our own miraj. We're going to talk about that. So let's continue for the interest of time, brothers and sisters. So then the veil of the body is removed and what remains is Allah, Anal Haq. This is the state where um, uh, Al-Hallaj, Mansur Al-Hallaj reached. When his Miraj happened, he started saying Anal Haq, Anal Haq. The Shariat guys at that time said, oh, this is, what do you call, I even forget the name. Yeah, there's a blasphemy. They call it blasphemy. And the Qazi at that place, he ordered that, what, he calls himself Allah. So let's cut him, right? So they started chopping his ears and mutilated his nose, and then he cut off his hands. Every drop of blood which was falling on the ground was making an inscription of Anal Haq, Anal Haq, Anal Haq. Right? This is the state that the Abd reaches. MashaAllah. Today we are in the 21st century, brothers and sisters. So I think nobody should get chopped like Mansur al-Hallaj for talking this thing, right? So let's continue. Again, this is very important. The Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat's instruction: one who does not see Allah within himself will not be able to see Allah outside. Plus, this is a very beautiful state. You have to go into meditation to understand that. I'm just going to say it here. If I start talking about it, take another half an hour. We have more slides to complete. Again, this is beautiful. Muhammad, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's name, Muhammad minus the meme. If you take meme out of that, what remains is, brothers and sisters, is Ahmad, and that is the qalb of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now, next line, Ahmad, and that meme is again, for example, and this just to give you an idea, right? For example, Hundus means engineering, right? If I put meme in front of it, it becomes Muhandis, right? Muhandis is the person or engineer who's doing the engineering function, right? So similarly, Azan, right? If I put a meme in front of Azan, Azan is call for prayer. The meme in front of it becomes Muazzin, the person who's calling the prayer, right? So the the uh, verb added to meme becomes the object who is doing it, correct? So I remove meme from Muhammad. Ahmad is the heart which glorifies Allah, which has only which okay, can only know Allah, and he glorifies Allah. You put meme is becomes Muhammad. Now you take Ahmad, take the step, take the meme out from there. What happens when you remove meme? Man, meme here is not the one for in the first place where you're adding meme to the verb. This meme here is different. This meme stands for Mursaleen. He's Sayyidul Mursaleen. You take it out, what remains is Ahad. This is non-duality, where you get fana. So you get fana first in your sheikh, then fana in Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, in Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, then you get fana in Allah, and then you become one with Allah. Then there is no more duality. Baba says the ultimate state is, that you pray as if Allah is within you and you are within Allah. And Baba says that particular state is called God man, man God. He calls it that state. And these are states that we cannot talk about it. You have to go through your own spiritual meditation to get to these states to understand. No amount of talking will do. But I'm stating this thing. This is the form of non-duality. This is not that I'm standing on the musalla and I'm praying to Allah who's sitting on the arsh. It's not that. That is not the mentally retarded form of thinking about Allah. Allah is an object sitting in beyond the seven heavens. It's not that. Okay, and which is not the truth anyway. We're going to talk about it, brothers and sisters. Okay, just bear with me. Beautiful. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam meeting the Qutub. Allah invited Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam after this meeting, right? After the 5 time prayer and everything. Okay, then Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, maybe they are relaxing. I'm just making, out of love, just making a small joke here. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala invites Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam for a food, heavenly food. In that food, when the plate of food appears, it's full of gems, noor is coming out, and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is sitting. My Habib, my Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Habibullah, Habib of Allah is not eating anything. He's put his head down and sitting. Ba Muhyiddin Hazrat talks about it so beautifully. He said, why? Because, oh, you know, Allah, that I don't eat alone. In the earth, I don't eat alone. I always, this is the sunnah of all the Nabi, whether it was Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, or Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam used to walk miles together to find a person to accompany him back to his house to eat food, brothers and sisters. The beautiful qualities of the prophets and the messengers. If nobody is at home, his wife cooks food, he will not eat alone. If there's nobody around, he will keep looking for a person who is hungry to accompany him back to this house so that he can share the meal with him. He would never eat alone. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says, I never eat alone. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know that. How can I eat alone here? Adab. Allah says, no problem, I'll join you. Now here's the beauty part of it. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam sees a light, just light, you know, in the form of hand, but it's just light, pure light, nur. Nurun ala nur. We talked about it. Nurun ala nur. Nur what nur? Nur of Allah. Nur of Allah and the nur of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Nurun ala nur. The nurun ala nur. They're sitting together. Both the nurs are mingling with each other here. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam sees the nur from Allah's side picking up something. At the same time, he sees a small baby's hand, brothers and sisters. This is extremely important, brothers and sisters. This is where Aqidah is now coming into picture. Okay, most of the talk about the Miraj and stuff is maybe complete, but now we're going to go into deep Aqidah here. Okay, he sees a small baby's hand partaking from the food, and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam now is a little confused. Said, Ya Allah, I see two hands. One is yours, coming from your nur, and the other one is a baby's hand. So yeah, this is this is a secret I have kept from you for so long, since that's the reason I called you for Miraj also. This is the baby who is going to be the 51st from your generation, and he is Qutub Muhyiddin Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu. And why he's coming as the 51st later on, not as a Sahabi or immediately after Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows what's going to happen to the Sayyids of this family. Brothers and sisters, this is now gets serious from here. Okay. May Allah ta'ala give me the strength to complete this thing. Allah knows Maula Hassan, Maula Hussein is going to be Shaheed. Not just that, brothers and sisters, we're going to talk about in future slides. For now, Maula Hassan's and Hussein's life is going to be truncated. Maula Hassan was Shaheed at the age of 45, Maula Hussein at 56. Because of that, the spiritual transfer of ilm as well as faiz couldn't happen, abruptly ended. Not only that, a lot of Sayyids were shaheed, were massacred after that. We'll talk about it. Because of that, Allah Ta'ala, because He wanted to preserve the deen of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the Ummah still have true guidance. If somebody goes looking for it, even after 1400 years, because of that, brothers and sisters, the silsila or the progression of 12 kutubs, Allah blessed this ummah with. Brothers and sisters, the progression of 12 kutubs, and the first of them was Gausul Azam Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu. Brothers and sisters, why? Because Mullah Hussain and Hussein's life is going to be truncated. Why? Because Shaitan is not going to let that happen. Shaitan is going to find a lot of Yazids who are ready to do the maximum damage so that they can womanize and drink and have power. The true Sayyids are going to stand against them. It's going to be a problem for these rulers, the petty rulers of this dunya, the pharaohs of this dunya. Allah still have to preserve this deen because this is the final deen of Allah before Qayamat happens. So He kept the baby with Him, He said. But He wanted to show Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam that this baby is the spiritual powerhouse. Not as a Sahabi or a Tabi'in or a Tabi Tabi'in, coming much later than that. Approximately 300 to 400 years after the physical passing away of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when he saw the baby boy's hand, he said, can I see? He said, yes, definitely. The veil was lifted. The baby was in the cradle. And Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam you know, took the baby in his arm, hugged and kissed him, and it was told he will be the 51st from in his progeny. The ilm of Qutubiyat, brothers and sisters, what we are talking about here, if you find this ilm is deep, brothers and sisters, you know, if you're not part of the ilm of Qutubiyat, if you're not connected to Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu, brothers and sisters, please at least explore the option. This is the pure deen which is being revived. When you say Muhyiddin, then Muhyiddin, it means a reviver of the true deen of Allah, the wisdom of the Qutubs which is being shared here. And Allah Ta'ala says something very, very deep here. He says, you have seen khair and shar. Because Allah Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in Meeraj, after Isra, after rising from Masjid Aqsa, he was shown hell and heaven and everything, right? And I didn't want to go into that journey because that is all information. This is a totally different angle we are looking at the Miraj. So that is available in other places and books. You can read it, description of heaven and hell, because there's no analytical wisdom there. There is a lot of things to, if you want to go and read it for yourself. Here it's different. Allah Ta'ala said, this is from Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat, he said, I showed you during the Miraj khair and shar. And he said, what you're seeing now, when when he looked at the baby, he said, this is the khair for the ummah. And Allah Ta'ala told Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, if only your ummah knows that this is the khair, what is following the path of Qutubiyat, for taking Gausul Azam Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu's teaching to your heart, so that your Miraj can happen, brothers and sisters. Your Miraj can happen only through the ilm of Qutubiyat. Without the blessing of Gausul Azam Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu, no Muslims Miraj can happen. And we are going to talk about detail about that. And again, when I talked about mirror, I said we're going to talk a little bit more about mirror. When the final veil was lifted, the mirror is the wisdom of the Qutub, which shows you the condition of your inner heart, brothers and sisters. When the wisdom pours into your heart, the wisdom that we are talking about, and there's so much there, it is ilmul beher, there is no end to the ilm. And then it starts purifying your heart. All the negative qualities of shaitan, the envy and jealousy and comparison and all those negative competition and all those things move away. And pure love for Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Ahlul Bayt and the Sahabas, it starts becoming the ornament of your heart. And then your heart starts shining. And then you start crossing one spiritual realm after another. And then finally a day reaches when you start seeing the nur of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam within your own self, brothers and sisters, and then your Miraj will happen. Then you start praying after that, then your Salah is Miraj after that. We'll talk about that, in the future slides, a little bit. Again, brothers and sisters, this is from a Sufi perspective. Burak was there, an animal which took Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. We said that, right? For us, for we in this path, what does the Burak signifies? Burak signifies, a woman, the Burak is an animal, is the body of a horse and the head of a woman. It's Maya and illusion, Baba said. The mind playing the gimmicks, right? It was shown the heaven and the earth, and heaven there is fried fish, there is huris, there is the more of material things, right? And how are you going to surrender to the feet of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, brothers and sisters, when the desires of your heart is still not dead, right? Sufi says that the ruhani kaifiyat of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the kaifiyat is Jibrail is that of Jibrail Islam, and the power of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which is raf. The power is what? The raf. So the ruhani kaifiyat is the kaifiyat which propelled Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam from Masjid Aqsa to Sidratul Muntaha. He was with Jibril Islam. But from Sidratul Muntaha to Sayyid Makani, and from there to Arsh, and from Arsh to Kursi, it was not, it was said rough. Now what is rough? This is what the secret is given. We are told it was rough. Rough is the condition of the heart which propels you. And what is the condition of the heart? The qalb of Ahmad, which is Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's heart, is the qalb of Ahmad, which loves Allah Subhanahu wa Taala so much. That love took Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam from Sidratul Muntaha to Sayyid Makani to Arsh, and from Arsh to Kursi. So when we look at ourselves, and we're going to talk about that in our pertaining to you and me from our perspective. This is from Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's perspective. We're going to talk about our Meeraj from our perspective. So who took Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam from Meeraj? We are asking a question here. Buraq, Jibril Amil? No. When we come to this final analysis, that is just that was brought up. The Ruhani Kafiyat of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is Jibril alayhi same Ruhani Kafiyat. But the power of the qalb of Ahmad, love of the heart in the heart of Ahmad, which is the highest level. The Noor of Allah in the formless state, loving Allah at the highest level. All the souls were created from the Noor. Only the Noor knows Allah, and the Noor glorifies Allah. We talked about the Noor is sitting there and talking and reciting what? Third kalima. Subhanallahi walhamdulillahi wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi wa huwa al-aliyyul azim. 7 by 24. The Noor is doing the zikr. Third kalima. And what is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is doing? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is doing the durud. The Zat of Allah is doing the durud on his Habib Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So brothers and sisters, from a Shariat point of view, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said on the Meeraj, on the Buraq, then he went. No. And after that, proceed. Sharia does not have an explanation how he proceeded from Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam proceeded from Sidratul Muntaha to, they keep quiet. They don't talk about when the final veil was lifted and all that. They don't have that. These are all from the ilm of Qutubiyat. So again, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's Meeraj happens all the time. Even for you and me, we are told our Salah should be Meeraj. So we have, at least if you're praying 5 times, your Salah should be Meeraj. At least Meeraj should be happening 5 times a day, right, brothers and sisters? Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's Meeraj happens all the time. His heart is the qalb of Ahmad. The Ahmad is always doing the hamd of Allah. And it is doing Meeraj every second, every moment. The specific event of 27th day of the month of Rajab was for the Ummah to learn and to realize, to receive the gift of Salah, so we can attain the state of Meeraj 5 times a day. I hope that's clear. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's Meeraj is happening every moment because Allah and his Noor cannot be separated, brothers and sisters. They are in Meeraj all the time, brothers and sisters. I hope it is clear. Okay. Meeraj of the other prophets. We're going to talk about that. So now, let's look at Meeraj of the other prophets. That we have understood the Meeraj of our Habib of Allah, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Now we're going to talk about Meeraj of the prophets. Prophets, they did Meeraj from their third eye, brothers and sisters. The third eye is in between the between the eyebrows on your forehead. The third eye is the spiritual eye of the prophets, and it's Kamil. Okay, Allah bestows the vision that can see up to the Arsh. For example, Adam alayhi salatu wasalam, once he was thrown into earth, he cried for 40 years. The amount of tears that Adam alayhi salatu wasalam shed, it is said that if the entire mothers of the human race, women of the human race, their tears are combined together, it will not be equal to the amount of tears Adam alayhi salatu wasalam shed for that 40 years time. His tawbah was accepted when he looked at the arsh, his third eye opened up, and Allah opened up all the vision of his third eye to the arsh, and he saw La ilaha illallah Muhammad Mustafa Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam written there, and he said, Ya Allah, forgive me, accept my tawbah for the sake of Muhammad. That was his Meeraj. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam's Meeraj happened when he was catapulted into the fire by Namrud. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam was there in the fire for 40 days because he wanted to, they wanted to teach Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam a lesson. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, beautiful in Surah Anbiya, the ayat, I think it's 83, says, Ya naru kuni bardan wa salamun ala Ibrahim. That, oh nar, oh fire, go cool on my, on my Ibrahim. Because when he was being catapulted into the fire, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, in midair, Jibril alayhi comes to Ibrahim alayhi and says, do you need my help? He said, no, I don't need your help. I need the help of the master of the fire. I don't need your help. He sends Jibril alayhi back. Look at the iman of Ibrahim alayhi. And when he falls into the fire, immediately Allah orders, it's Amr, Ya nar rukuni bardan wa salamun ala Ibrahim. O nar, become cool on my Khalil Ibrahim. And it is said that for 24 hours every fire on earth did not, it was, even though it was burning, there was no fire, the heat generated. Then the mother started complaining and crying in the night, saying that we are not able to cook food and the children are hungry. Allah gave the fire the heat back for all the other fire of this world except for the fire of Ibrahim alayhi where he was put in by Namrud, and he stayed there for 40 days. It was asked during his old age of Ibrahim Islam, yeah, Ibrahim, what was the most beautiful time of your life? He said, in the fire of Namrud. He said, I was the guest of Allah in the fire. That was the most beautiful 40 days of my life. That was his Meeraj, brothers and sisters. Yunus alayhi salatu wasalam, when he threw himself into the sea, we know about it, and then he was swallowed by the whale, and he was in the stomach of the whale for 40 days, and he made the beautiful dua, ayat karima. We Muslims recite it. We have the blessing as part of the Quran, la ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntu minaz zalimin. This particular dua, inni kuntu minaz zalimin, this particular dua, right, when he did that dua in the sitting inside the stomach of the whale, that is where his Miraj happened. Musa alayhi's Miraj happened at Jabal Thur, Mount Sinai, 40 days when he was taken up there. So the point, the brothers and sisters, this was a limited vision for all of them, whether Adam alayhi, Ibrahim alayhi, Yunus alayhi, it was this limited vision. Nobody was taken beyond the earth realm, brothers and sisters. It was Sayyidul Anbiya, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, taken in body form, brothers and sisters. And now, because we are part of the Ummah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the blessed Ummah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allah has given us this opportunity that we can do our Miraj on our Musalla, brothers and sisters. And are we able to complete that? If we are not, then how are we going to justify ourselves on the day of Qiyamah when Allah says, I have made you the Ummah of my Habib? And did you do one Salah on this earth, which was Miraj? If we ask that question, do we think we have an answer for that? Brothers and sisters, let's find out, in the future slides, the obstacles which are there, and how, at least I can mend my ways and at least try to do the best I can so that my Salah becomes Miraj. And this is, I'm not sitting here and lecturing every one of you. I'm also going through the same journey. I'm putting my effort in, brothers and sisters. There is no pain, there is no gain. That's what the world law says. Absolutely true here also, brothers and sisters. We have to work for it. Okay, let's keep going. The maqam of the prophets. Okay, the maqam, the station of Adam alayhi salatu wasalam was repentance, tawbah. And I put a number in the bracket. That is the Jannah where he was there. This is the only place where I'm talking about Jannah here. Okay. Where Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam met Adam alayhi salatu wasallam was in the first level of Jannah. Nuh alayhi salatu wasallam is renunciation. He was zuhud, he was completely, he cut off from the world. That's how Nuh alayhi salatu wasallam, he lived for 950 years on this earth. Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasallam was a resignation. When he was thrown into the fire by Namrud, he said he resigned. He said, what? Jibril alayhi salatu wasallam came and said, alayhi salam came and said, can I help you? He said, what, forget it, man. If the owner of the fire can help me, great. And that, alhamdulillah, taslim, resignation, complete surrender. That is the 7th level of Jannah. Musa alayhi salatu wasallam was remorse, inabat. The remorse that he could not see Allah, the remorse he had that he, by mistake he killed a human being, one time. But the most mentioned in the Quran is Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. We have a lot to learn from Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. Dawud alayhi salatu wasalam was sorrow, huzn. And Musa alayhi salatu wasalam was in the 6th heaven. Okay, the number 6 there. Isa alayhi salatu wasalam was hope. When they were the rabbis were trying to crucify him, he prayed and Allah Ta'ala lifted him to the second heaven. Hope, again, that is Raja. Okay. Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam was fear, khawf. Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam, he knew, because he is a prophet, he knew that he is going to be, one day he's going to be persecuted and he's going to be, his head is going to be cut off. And and Jesus, Isa alayhi salatu wasalam one day talked to Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam. They were cousins, right? And they said, they said, have no fear. Isa alayhi salatu wasalam was giving hope to Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam. Said, have no fear about the qadar of Allah. Whatever he wishes is going to happen. He is consoling Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam. And it happened, right? It's the king Harold wanted to marry his niece, and that was not allowed. And Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam was the qazi, so-called qazi of that particular kingdom. And Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam is the prophet. He is not going to give Yahya, Mr. Harold, the king, a separate fatwa saying, okay, concession for you, you cannot marry you can marry your niece. He said, no, you cannot marry your niece. And then because of that confrontation, Yahya alayhi salatu wasalam was shaheed. Okay. Again, prophets, Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam is in third heaven, Idris alayhi salatu wasalam in four, and Harun alayhi salatu wasalam is in fifth heaven. The station of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, brothers and sisters, is all praises to Allah. Alhamdulillah, the station is zikr, is what is given for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The hafi zikr and the zikr of the heart and the zikr of the tongue, both. The zikr of the heart is 70 times more afzal than the zikr of the qalb, of the tongue. Again, I'm not going to count here. Intimacy with Allah, that is what the ummah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was blessed with. And for sure, if we do our salah properly, we are blessed with Meeraj too, right? That is also a form of zikr, where we recite the ayat of the Quran, we praise Allah, we give blessings, peace, and the salutation on Durud Ibrahim, and we recite Attahiyat and all that. So again, this is also part of zikr. Okay. Now, brothers and sisters, we come to what pertains to us. My Meeraj. Question I have to ask myself: do I need a Burak for my Meeraj to happen? No, from my Nabi's blessing, that Meeraj will now happen on earth. As-salatu mirajul mu'min. How? Simple answer. Aqimus salah. Establish prayer. That's the answer. So how can I establish prayer before getting distracted after my takbir? After I say Allahu Akbar in my prayer, how long will it take for my Meeraj to get disturbed? Now, very important, this one. These are all, now we are going to go into our Meeraj, how we do our Meeraj, okay? My Nabi was shown seven heavens. Was he distracted? He was tested. There was, a glass of wine given with glass of milk, and he had to choose. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam drank the milk, and Jibreel sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Ya Rasulullah, you have chosen the right one." I didn't go into all that details, right? Because again, this is a slightly different topic here. So again, my Nabi was shown seven heavens. Brothers and sisters, throughout the journey in the seven heavens, my Nabi was not influenced by. He just saw it. Nothing touched his heart. His heart was beating all the time to meet his Rabb. It was never defocused from that. The qalb of Ahmad was so. No amount of pleasures and luxury could sway. Inauzubillah. So we should be like our Nabi. The dunya can come in front of us with the zinat and all that. It should not waver our iman. That when I'm in the prayer now, the pleasures are coming in my thought. Okay. And the reason why is that the next day, after seeing all the seven heavens and everything, and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam wanted anything. One day Allah Ta'ala asked Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that, yeah, my Habib, what can I give you? Ask anything that you want. You want me to make the 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 mountains of Uhud gold? I will make it for you. He said, no, give me food one day so that I will do shukr, and don't give me food another day, so so I will make supplication. So that is the fakir. That is the fakir. Fakiri is the highest level of spirituality, and that's what I'm saying. Ana fakru fakri or fakru minni. That Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is, if he is proud of something in his ummah, he said it is the fakiri. So next day, the biggest thing is that, you know what, he goes for Miraj, he goes to seven heavens, Sidratul Muntaha, to the Arsh, and from there to the Kursi, to Lama Kam, comes back. Next day, what is the greatest fakir doing? Sitting at his doorsteps in his earthly life and stitching his stone shoes. Subhanallah asra bi abdi. The beauty of that. So brothers and sisters, we have to become a fakir in our lives if we have to fulfill our Miraj. We cannot be engulfed with the dunya, and the qalb is filled with the dunya, and the zenith and the titles and the false personality and the status and the bank account and all that, and then expect mirage to happen. Mirage will not happen, brothers and sisters. Let's at least be honest about that. Only the fakir's mirage will happen, because that's what the greatest fakir showed the next day when he came back. He's sitting there and stitching his shoes. The secret, we know that we already talked about. The secret is because that was the shoes which accompanied Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to Miraj, but that's different. But still, the point is that there is no option of showing riya. Showing off is not here. The quality of Miraj depends on me being the sincere abd of Allah. The depth of my fakiri with Allah will decide my depth of my Miraj, brothers and sisters. 23 years passed and the time was frozen, right? And we talked about the fisherman story. That Habib and his Allah and his Habib, Nurun ala Nur, were in conversation. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam didn't want to come back, and Allah told Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you have to go back, otherwise your ummah will not know about these things. So he came back from Miraj for us, and he distributed this wealth of information. The Qutub Gausul Azam Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu, he came, and then 12 of the Qutubs behind him. The 11th form is Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat, brothers and sisters, who brought all this ilm. You're not going to find this ilm anywhere else, brothers and sisters. And the 12th one is going to be Imam al-Mahdi, who's going to bring the ummah back together. This is how much Allah Ta'ala loves Habib of Allah, that he is protecting the ummah even towards the end of times, not letting it get destroyed. Inshallah. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam came back so that we can converse with Allah. When we go into deep meditation states in our prayer, we can converse with Allah, with Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, with his kutubs and awliyas. That becomes a reality, brothers and sisters. This is not stories I'm spinning here. Again, nearness to Allah as per the Quran. وَنَحْنُ أَقْرَبُ إِلَيْهِ مِنْ حَبْلٍ وَرِيدٍ. That we are nearer to him than his jugular vein. Allah Ta'ala says that in the Quran. Surah Kaf, ayat 16. And then the next ayat. I just put these ayats so that you understand that here's Allah pointing us that, I am nearer to you. If he's so near to me, then why is that the miraj is not happening? I'm, ananu akrabu ilayhi min hablin barid. Why is not happening, the miraj? Because the heart is filled with the dunya, brothers and sisters. The desires is filled. So for us, the buraq, remember that the buraq is the five senses should be completely subdued. And it is talked about in, there is the true meditation. Going to this YouTube channel about, what is true meditation. Going to Ziyarat Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Go into the Man Kuntum Mawla. Go into Fana Fe Rasul. Go into all these topics. They're all these topics. Going to see all these things which I cover here quickly. It is covered in other presentations. Okay. The second one, Wafi Anfusakum Afala Tubsirun. That and in yourself, Allah says, I am in yourselves, and you don't see, you'll not see, because that Allah is talking about the soul which is in our body, which is the consciousness. So then again, the question we are asking, when Allah is so close to you, then why call us for Miraj, right? Because he's saying he's close, but then we got a problem. Let's define the problem. This Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam hadith, Inna shaitanu yajri minal insani majrad dammi. That Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said the shaitan circulates in the human body as blood circulates in the body. This is Sahih Muslim hadith. And one of the reasons why, because what happened when Adam alayhi was created, the pure body of Adam alayhi, it was so pure, Allah purified it so much, Shaitan was shown the body, and Shaitan came and spit on the body. And Allah and the ilm of Qutubiyat talks about it. And the spit had so much of envy and anger and jealousy in that. Immediately, the spit, when it fell on fell at the place of the navel. When it fell on the place there, that particular poison just spread all through the body of Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. Allah Ta'ala commanded Jibril alayhi salatu wasalam to take flesh away from that particular place. And that's the reason we human beings, every human being born here has the navel, the depth is there, the depression is there. That is from where Allah signifies that this is where your mother, you are going to be connected to your mother through the navel. That is where all your nutrition was coming when you were in your mother's womb. And it is said that Allah Ta'ala, when the baby, before the baby is born, he takes all the poison. The poison gets transferred, brothers and sisters, from one body to another, or from mother to child. That's the same spit which Shaitan spit, right? That poison, Allah Ta'ala tries to what do you call compress that into the umbilical cord, and that umbilical cord gets cut, right, from the mother's side, which is connected inside her womb, and to the baby's navel. And that poison itself, a lot of poison is thrown out. That is the Shaitan's spit, which is thrown out just during the time of conception. Still, human beings, you have that, and that poison controls the five senses. Envy, jealousy, we attach to the form, not to the formless. Mesmerized by the world, that becomes the tool of Shaitan, brothers and sisters. So definitely, وَنَحْنُ أَقْرَبُ إِلَيْهِ مِنْ حَبْلٍ وَرِيدٍ. Allah is nearer than jugular vein. But I got another problem too. Oh, the Shaitan is circulating in my blood. So there are two issues here. There's two forces which are working within me all the time. So I need to understand, this is the obstacle we talked about why is my Miraj not happening? And what did we say here? Very important, the last line. Shaitan will use your five senses, brothers and sisters. That is his tool. That's the only tool he has. If you control your five senses, you go beyond the five senses, you go up to we talked about these different, energy centers, the 7 levels, in our body, the first one, the bottom one is the earth energy center. The second one is the water. The third one is the fire. The fourth one is the center of the heart, is the air. And then the fifth one is the ether. Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat talks about it. The sixth one is the arsh, and the seventh is the kursi. And the arsh is above the eyes, physical eyes. The last sense organ is the eyes. If you look at from a height perspective, going from bottom to top. Once you go beyond, your energy goes beyond the eyes, brothers and sisters, then Shaitan cannot touch you. Till your energy is below where? At the lowest level, well, it is the reproductive organs, and whatever you eat, the anus and the penis is going through all the time. If people are stuck, Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat said, majority of the people, their energy is below the navel. They are eating, drinking, excreta, stools, reproduction. Survivability is there. Everything connected to the earth. Big house, big car, status in society, bank balance, even if education, I want to show off, all this connected to the earth element. The earth element is the lowest one. You are connected to the physical earth element. That is where your mind is operating. You look a beautiful car, oh my goodness, I want this. A beautiful house, oh my goodness, I want this. A beautiful palace, oh my goodness, that's great. I wish I could live there. That's it. That's where your energy center is. The arsh is on the above your on the forehead, below your between your eyebrows. How do you think you're going to get your energy up there? And we're going to talk about that in a few slides there. A quick slide here, brothers and sisters. I think we are mature enough now to say the concept of formless Allah sitting in the heaven. The Muslims of today, most of them, I asked them, this question, where is Allah? Oh, he's in the heaven. He's sitting on the arsh. Oh, really? I don't talk about these things, brothers and sisters, because you know what? I don't have time to argue. I'm putting this on the website, brothers and sisters. I hope I'm not, belittling anybody, but the point is that we have to go beyond these concepts. These are crippling concepts about Allah. Allah, the formless Allah is sitting on the arsh in heaven. You already, and the distance between first heaven to second heaven is 500 heavenly years. Second to third, fourth to fourth, fifth to sixth, sixth to seventh. Then Sidratul Muntaha, then Sayyidul Makani. And then at the same time, Allah says, Inna Allah ala kulli shayin muhit, that I am present everywhere. Now you start thinking about first heaven, second heaven, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, Sidratul Muntaha, Arsh, then Kursi. And Allah says, I am present everywhere. How is your mind going to figure this out? It's not going to figure it out, brothers. The concept of time and space and time, that's all the mind can understand. After that, it'll start spinning. The moment it tries to comprehend Arsh, Kursi, and Allah. So my question to you is, when you're doing a sujood in prayer, where are you doing the sujood? I asked some guy, he said, oh, I'm doing below the Arsh of Allah. I said, great. Okay. Soul enters the body from Sidratul Muntaha. There is a tree which is called as the low tree, and angel Azrail Islam is sitting there. When a leaf falls from the tree, Azrail Islam knows, oh, this is the time to pick up that particular soul from the earth, or whatever amount of earths are there. Allah has 18,000 universes. I don't know how many earths are there. We don't know, right? From the tip of the skull, which is where called the kursi, the soft spot. When the baby is born, the skull is not united there. It's soft spot. That is from where the soul enters the body 4 months and 10 days into the conception. When the mother is pregnant, 4 months and 10 days into that, that is when the soul, Allah puts the soul into the body. Then immediately after that, the sense organ starts forming. Till then it's a piece of flesh, the body is a piece of flesh. Then the soul enters the body, then the sense organs. It's like everything turns on. Soul has come in now, brain functions and everything's turning on. The moment the baby is born, everything starts working. That's because of the soul connected to the body, brothers and sisters. Okay. Again, big question, brothers and sisters, where is La Maqam? How do I get there? We're going to quickly talk about this subject of La Maqam. How do I get there, La Maqam, right? Because that's where the real Meeraj happened, right? Where Attahiyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu wa salamu alayka hayya nabi rahmatullahi barakatuh assalamu alayna ala ibadillahi salihin wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. That happened at La Maqam. So when I am sitting to give testimony, I should be in La Maqam at that time, brothers and sisters. If I am still in the time and space concept, then I'm not in my Meeraj. Okay, let's discuss that. At least people start going deeper after this presentation. Hopefully I'm not confusing people. Maqam is an object. Okay, it could be an address or something. It's an always solid object. So let's take an example. I'm going to give an example. This can be explained through an example. Say a bulb. Okay, that is the maqam. It's got an address, so bulb is there. It's got glass and it's got a holder and everything. Okay, great. You turn on the bulb. What happens? The light emerges. Now the light itself is latif. You can feel the light when you put your hand somewhere, brothers and sisters. Suppose you turn on the light and you are seeing through the light. Unless you put a solid object there, you don't see the reflection of that, brothers and sisters. You don't see the light passing through. So even though the light is there, you don't see the light passing through. You'll only see it when it gets reflected. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is the closest explanation you're giving. So the point that we have to say is, from the place where the light emerges is La Maqam. Okay? Because there is no such place where from the light emerges. It is no. You cannot say light is here, light is there. No, it is everywhere. It's spread everywhere, but you can't define it. Okay, and from a meditation point of view, this is super consciousness. When Allah Ta'ala says, Anallah ala kulli shayin muhit, that I am everywhere, this is super consciousness. My soul itself connected to my body is my individual consciousness. My individual consciousness has to merge with Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which is at the third eye, which is above my all sense organs. And we're going to talk about that, okay, in the few slides. So Burak is to control my senses from a Sufi perspective. This is for my own Miraj. Okay, don't confuse that with the Miraj of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Cross the distractions, the seven heavens. We have the seven openings of the head, brothers and sisters. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam crossed seven heavens. We have the seven openings that we have to conquer. What are the seven openings? The nose, the ears, the eyes, the mouth. These are all sense organs. We have to conquer that. Then you reach Sidratul Muntaha. And then the pure heart, the pure heart which has got the love for Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. When you reach Nura Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, that is the feet of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That is where the holy feet of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That is where Allah Ta'ala said, Jibril Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, kiss my Habib's feet. Kiss my Habib's feet. So to wake him up for the journey, you merge with Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Always, brothers and sisters, and we're going to talk about that, we're going to talk in the future slides. From the third eye, which is the arsh, to the tip of the skull, which is the kursi, the Miraj is to La Maqam. The Zat itself, Zarat of Allah, we're talking about, is pure consciousness. That is La Maqam. The brilliant, pure light, self-illuminating at the tip of the skull. You go to higher levels of meditation, you feel it. It is part of your own body. The Miraj happens in your own body, brothers and sisters. There are seven energy centers. The seventh highest level energy center at the tip of the skull is where your Miraj will happen. That is the La Maqam. When you enter that state, you are in your own consciousness, mingling with super consciousness of Allah. At that time, you will see the entire 18,000 universes from outside. You are not part of it. These are meditative states that you have to reach. For an enlightened person during death, who is going into illallahu, the soul comes out from the tip of the skull, brothers and sisters, or from the third eye. For a sinner, this is all Sufi secrets. For a sinner who was the slave of this world, it will come out either from the anus opening or the penis opening. For a normal person who was also a slave of the world, but he was not a sinner, he was still the slave of the world, it could come out from his eyes, his nostrils, his ears, or his mouth opening. But for an enlightened person, it will either come out from the tip of his skull, or from which will say the kursi, or the third eye, which is the arsh, brothers and sisters. I hope we are in a good position to talk about this slide. Difference in the ummah spiritual levels. Two categories. We're going to differentiate the ummah into two categories. The ummah of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The one who believes that Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is dead and gone and he's in the grave, and the other who believes that he's the Noor of Allah and he's Hayat Nabi. He is Nabi who is Hayat all the time. The followers of the Qutub, if they are sincere and do their utmost, will be able to converse with the Nabi. Brothers and sisters, this is a reality. This is not just a slide I'm putting stuff in. This is absolute truth. And their iman and their tawakkul is at a high level, because they see Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in their dream state. When they go into meditation, they see when they see the Rasul, like Jibril Alayhi Wasallam, they bow their head and they kiss the feet of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. They kiss the feet of Maula Ali, they kiss the feet of Maula Hassan, Maula Hussein. They love the Panjatan Pak, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ummah Fatima Zahra, Maula Ali, Maula Hassan, Maula Hussein, Ummah Zainab, Ummah Amina, Ummah Khadija, Abba Abdullah. They love the Panjatan Pak, the Shaheed Karbala, more than their own self. For them, these are not souls who are dead and gone. For them, they are more alive. For the sincere followers of the Qutub who reach that higher state, they are more alive. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ummah Amina, Ummah Khadija, Ummah Fatima, they are more alive than the dead people who are walking around with bodies on this earth, brothers and sisters. I'm not giving you a lecture, that this is the reality. One who connects to the formless state of Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, their Miraj, Allah Ta'ala said, the one who has seen you, Ya Nabi, has seen me. And then he continues, says, the one who sees himself has seen me. The one who sees me has seen himself, because I am within him and he's within me. This is the secret. And this is man arfa nafsahu faqat arfa rabbahu. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam hadith, we talk about it all the time. The one who has understood him, who his own self has understood Allah. And Allah Ta'ala says, I am within him and he is within me. Hence, when he is not there, Allah Ta'ala is saying this, when he is not there, where me, myself, my ego, and we're going to talk about this, end this presentation in a very beautiful poem. You know, me, when I say me, I always associate myself with my name. Brothers and sisters, you know, we have bank balances, house, and this and that, degrees and education and ego, and I am this guy, I'm from a royal family, or I'm from that, and this, all these different attachments are there. But one of the biggest attachments that we have in our life is our name. Somebody spells our name wrong, they really get, you know, annoyed. And we have a beautiful poem at the end of this presentation which talks about a mother talking to her son who is crying because he does not like his name. And we're going to end that with this presentation with that particular poem. So just a reminder here. So you know what, where Allah Ta'ala says, when he is not there, when the self is not there, when the individual self is not there, you know, I am there. When the individual self is there, I am not, right? So when he is there, I am not. When I am there, he is not. Only I remain. That is my Zat. That Zat is the super consciousness. That super consciousness, which is controlling the 18,000 universes, is directly connected to my consciousness, brothers and sisters. So you have to go into deep meditative state, conquer the 5 elements, 5 senses, the Buraq. Then you have to conquer your heart. Where does your heart belong to? There is a beautiful a quote in Urdu. I'll translate it. Uh, it says, दिल बहरे मोहब्बत मोहब्बत ये करेगा लाख इसको बचा किसी पे तो मरेगा. He says that, you know, the function of the heart is to love something, right? You know, you can try to make it not love, right? It still die for something. That's what the function of the heart, you know. For example, for the function of the eyes is to see something, the function of the, you know, the mouth or the tongue is to taste something or talk, right? The function of the heart is to love something, the spiritual heart. So either you have the love of Allah and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Panjatan Pak in the heart, and then you can have every namaz or every salah of yours become Miraj, or you have the love of the dunya in your heart. And believe me, brothers and sisters, that you are not, you don't have the buraq for to go up to your Burak is you controlling your 5 senses, your mind and desire. Okay, let me continue. This is a beautiful slide, brothers and sisters. You know, have a look at it. You can, you know, freeze your screens if you want, and look at this thing at the end of the bottom of the spinal cord. It says nafs, and this is written la, and then in between is Allah, and there's another la bit from the chest to the top, and you see the third eye is there, and then finally the tip of the crown where the arsh is there and the kursi is there. Kursi is the tip of the crown. Now we're talking about the kalima. La ilaha illallah. Now in the la ilaha illallah, there are 2 times that we negate. Negate is la. 2 times we negate. La ilaha, then illa la. Then again another la and then illallah. So the 2 negation, what we are talking about is what is the kalima, what the kalima talks about. It is not just there is nothing but, you know, the Sharia point of no, there is no God but God. That is not no God but God. What does that mean? That means nothing. La ilaha is the first la, is you are negating your nafs, brothers and sisters. And that nafs, which is your lower desires, the connection to the elements, the earth element, the water element, and the fire element. Earth element, water element, fire element. When you negate that, when you conquer that the 3 elements, you reach the heart. Then after that, you have 2 more elements to conquer. Then the next element is the air element and the ether element. The air element is at the level of your heart, and the ether element is at the throat. Then the second law comes in. If you see that, the second law is to win over these 2, and brothers and sisters, the 5 sense organs, which are the 7 sense, the 7 openings, the 5 sense organs and the 7 openings on your in your hair, in your head and your face, so that you reach the two topmost openings, which is the arsh, which is in between the forehead, and the kursi, which is at the tip of your head, crown of your head. So the first law is negation, as we said, the three bottom elements: earth, fire, earth, water, and fire. And then that takes you to la ilaha, ilaha, that takes you up to the heart. So now you're crossed the first three elements, you come up to the heart. So that's la ilaha. Illa and Allah. Again, Allahu. So illallahu, la ilaha illallahu. Who is the soul? Who is he? He is Allah. So illallah, then you are reached up to the heart, then another illallahu, who is, when you, by the time you reach who, it's a Sufi zikr, you are at the crown of your head. Illallahu is at there. Who, the zikr of who is the zikr of the soul. That is a Sufi zikr you have to do, concentrating at the tip of your of your head, crown of your head. This is the journey. This is your Meeraj, brothers and sisters. Okay. Beautiful. This is a diagram which Baumuddin Hazrat drew. It shows here the meme, which is the meme which is showing. You see that, the meme at the center of the head there. It's coming between the skull, coming all the way to the forehead. The tail of the meme comes towards the forehead. That is where, from the tail of the head of the meme to the sukoon of the meme, the round circle at the top of the meme, is where the miraj is happening. That is from the arsh to the kursi, the crown of the head of an enlightened soul. This is very, very important, brothers and sisters. This is not just theory I'm giving you. I'm giving you with example. The crown of the head of an enlightened soul is more hollow when you tap the skull. When you go into deep meditation, and when you take your energy levels from the lower energy centers, from the earth center, from the water center, to the fire center, to the heart, from the heart to the throat, and from the throat you bring it up to the third eye. The energy come to the third eye, and then from there, the third eye, you take the energy up to the tip of the skull, and you start doing zikr at the between the third eye and the tip of the skull. When you do that, after some time, you'll feel that when you tap the top of your skull, it is like tapping a coconut. It will be hollow inside. This is the Sufi secret. The Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam always encouraged Muslims to do hijama. Hijama is, making small cuts in the body and taking out bad blood, because Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that shaitan is in your blood. So these bad energies and everything, they actually become, like waste in your body, in your blood. And when you take it out, then whatever blood remains is purified blood. And brothers and sisters, there is in New York, there is a hijama doctor. He's a doctor from Misr. I know him very well, and he said that there are people who come to him with severe headaches, right? Migraine headaches and depression and all that. He says he does the hijama on the top of their skull. Okay, and he says the black, thick, like wax kind of blood comes out from there. And he said the brain is so compressed because there's no circulation happening. Blood should be pure and free flowing, and that doesn't happen to them. It's like the blood is so thick, and he says he told that, because he's a doctor for so many years, he says, looking at the blood, I can tell the spirituality of the person. He said when a spiritually enlightened person comes, he said their blood is very pure and there is not much dirt inside the blood. This is a physical doctor talking about this thing. He said when I do hijama on the top of the head of spiritually enlightened people, he said there is very little debris comes out. There is no impurity in the blood there, in the brain. Very little impurity. But when you do it for a depressed person or a person with a lot of envy or anger and jealousy, it's a thick black blood oozes out from their head, from the tip of the crown when he does that. So this is a reality, brothers and sisters. Let me move on. Again, there's a slide that, we're talking about this for a long time. What is needed to accomplish my spiritual goals? Drive towards Allah has to be my primary goal, brothers and sisters. Allah has to be my top intellectual curiosity and quest in my heart. How do you think I can put all these slides in together with all this information? I'm pretty sure you don't find this information in every nook and corner of the internet on books. It is the amount of effort you have to put in to sit hours and hours to understand, to go through meditation, to sit at the feet of the Sheikh and learn meditation, implement that in your life. Otherwise, it is just theory. Theory comes out from one year, goes out from the next year, other year. Doesn't matter to you. You listen or not, doesn't matter. Summun, bukmun, umyun, fom, la yarjiun. Doesn't matter. So, if you don't make Allah, reaching Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam your top intellectual priority of your this life and the quest of your heart, it is shirk, brothers and sisters. Why don't we redefine shirk right here? I have something dunya and other quest more important than that. Okay, then you are already associating partners with Allah. Why are you talking about shirk and bid'ah and going and sitting in a mazar, a mausoleum of a sheikh or a kutub and sitting there and meditating to get faiz from him? Oh, that is shirk? No. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam used to do sit for hours together at his uncle's Hazrat Hamza's qabr at Uhud. Every Thursday evening he used to go with his sahabas. What he was doing shirk and auzubillah. You belong where your heart belongs, brothers and sisters. And that is covered in the presentation about shirk and bid'ah. Put it on the internet. You go and search that. You know, 2 hours of talk is given there. I hope people's ignorance runs away from that. You belong where your heart belongs, right, brothers and sisters? You all agree to that. Allah Jalla Jalalu has to be given his due, brothers and sisters, which is par to his majesty and azmat. Our effort, time, and love, the most we have to do. We have a body with a finite time, 60, 70, 80 years of our life. If our primary goal is not to understand the ilm, to make my prayer Meeraj, and I don't try my best in my life, what am I living my life for? Even pigs live the life. They get born, they eat food, they grow, then they mate, they have children, they take care of their children, they die. What is the difference between a pig and me then? Ashraful makhlukat for what? Eating food and be happy and procreate. That's all you do. The ayat of the Quran, huwal awwal wa akhir wa zahir wa batin wa huwa kulli shay'in alim. This is my Rabb. Now, next point, brothers and sisters, love for Ahlul Bayt, Maula Ali, Maula Hassan, Maula Hussain. Very, very important, brothers and sisters. The day of Qiyamah happens. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is the Shafaat. He is the only intercession available. Allah doesn't want to see you and me. Forget about that. Allah doesn't want to see is Khalil, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. Allah doesn't want to see is Kalamullah, Musa alayhi salatu wasalam. Allah doesn't want to see his Ruhullah, Isa alayhi salatu wasalam. Allah doesn't want to see his Khalifatullah, Dawood alayhi salatu wasalam. And you think Allah would want to see you and me? To get to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam on the day of Qiyamah, you have to pass through Maula Ali, Maula Hassan, Maula Hussain. They will be next to him. The Sahabas will be next to him. Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu, Umar bin Khattab radiallahu will be next to him. The Shuhada Karbala will be next to him. Shuhada Badr will be next to him. We have to pass through them to reach Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, brothers and sisters. Again, my heart, goes for Maula Hussain. The amount, of hardships that he took. Today, this presentation is happening, brothers and sisters. It's the Sadqa of the Shuhada Karbala. And I've talked about this in Fanafe Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Man Kuntum Maula. A lot of presentations are talk about it. Brothers and sisters, Azmat of Maula Hussain, please go and listen to those lectures, brothers and sisters, if you can. I'll just talk few things about the Karbala, and I've talked a lot in other presentation. Again, just from the point of Meeraj, it is the day before the Karbala is going to happen. Happened in the month of Muharram, the day before the battle happened, and it is the time of Zohar, and the The camp of Yazid with 22,000 soldiers, they gave azan. Mullah Hussein with his 72 soldiers and his small companions, you know, his elder son. And I talked about this in other lectures, brother and sister. I want to repeat it just to complete it here. Elder son Ali Akbar, he starts giving the ikama. Mullah Hussein immediately stops his son, says, "Son, you have not given the azan." He said, "Baba, I heard the azan from the other camp, the Yazidi camp, who wants to kill Mullah Hussein and the followers, shaheed them." He said, Mullah Hussein said, "No, son, we cannot pray behind their azan." Because in their azan they said Muhammad Rasulullah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah, Ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah. Mullah Hussein said in the battlefield of Karbala, if they had believed in the Rasulullah is the messenger, then they would not be fighting the war with us, son. They don't realize who we are. Brothers and sisters, today Islam is bankrupt. Okay. How many masajid talk about Karbala on the day of in Muharram? It's a taboo. You're going to be, taboo. You're a Shia. Inauzubillah. If the brother, my Shia brother is crying, I follow the Sunni sect, but doesn't matter. If he's crying for Mullah Hussein, I'll hug him. Maybe I'll not do matam, right? I don't want to do matam and all that, but that is all individual things. Allah looks at the heart. Let's not go into this and separate each other of us. Enough of separation. That's all we are good at now. Bringing each other down. It is like the frogs in a well. The frogs in a well think that this is the ocean. The well is the ocean, and when any frog is trying to jump out of the well, they will pull the leg of the other frog. Because of that, every frog is falling back into the same well. And one day a frog escapes out of the well, jumps so hard it just escapes out. When he comes out, he looks at a huge ocean, and he goes out to the ocean and he sees he sees what do you call a swan there, and says, "What is this? Is this an ocean?" And he couldn't even understand that. He said, "Oh, I was thinking all the time that my well is the big thing." This is how we have taken our akidas. Oh, I'm a Diobandi, I am a Barelvi, I'm Ahle Hadith, I'm Wahhabi, I'm Salaf, crap. I don't want to say that. Crap. Doesn't help me. Will these guys help me to make my namaz Meeraj? No, then you know what? I have no time for them. Do whatever you want to do. Who is going to help me make my namaz Meeraj? The blessed ilm of Qutubiyat has helped me, brothers and sisters. This is what I'm sharing with you. Again, the day of Karbala happens. 72 against 22,000. It's a matter of time till everybody is shaheed. The leaders of the jinn comes with 100,000 soldiers to Mullah Hussein and says, "Ya Mullah Hussein, we can't see this anymore. That our Nabi's Ahl is going to be slaughtered." Mullah Hussein says, "Just give us permission and we will annihilate these fellows." 22,000 Bani Adam, they said. The leader of the jinn comes to help Mullah Hussein. He's a Muslim, by the way. Angels Jibril and Mikhail standing with their swords and with all their power, with their head down. The entire heaven was looking at the Karbala on that day. Helplessly, Angel Jibril and Mikhail. No command to help. Mother Earth crying on that day wanted to split open, brothers and sisters, and devour all this 22,000. How long does it take for Mother Earth to do that? Just open up a small, split in the earth and just boom, it's gone. Mullah Hussein's response, "I know you are all happy to help me, but today my Rabb's wish will come to pass, that me and my children will be shaheed. Horses will be used to trample over our dead bodies and we will be mutilated. The mothers of Ahlul Bayt, the wives of Mullah Hussein, the daughters of Mullah Hussein, Umm Zainab, Maula Ali and Fatima Zahra's daughter, Zainab Radhiyallahu anha, she was in niqab for her entire life. Even the angels had not seen her face. Her niqab is going to be snatched on that day. Maula Hussein knows the whole thing before he is going into the battle. But he tells all these helpers, not the 20,000 people, the Yazidis, who also say the kalima, who also pray their, the prayer. Brothers and sisters, that prayer do you think that prayer, the shaitani prayer is Meeraj? That is what the ummah has now, is filled with the Yazidis today. Very few Hussainis today. And so Mullah Hussein, knowing all these things, he still let it go. Nabi's family will bear the brunt of cruelty today. This is what Mullah Hussein said. The heavens wept on that day. Brothers and sisters, if my Nabi in his heart had not allowed this to happen, if he had said, Ya Allah, please don't let this happen, Allah would have stopped it. No, Nabi let it happen. Why? Mullah Hussein let it happen. 6-month-old baby Ali Asghar sacrificed his life. Ali Akbar sacrificed. Zainab's children, Muhammad Aoun sacrificed. Maula Hassan's children, Qasim radiallahu anhu sacrificed. Why? Why? Let's go to the next slide. Why? Else the purity of the deen. This is what Maula Hussein told the king of the jinns and Jibril salatu wasalam, Mikhail salatu wasalam. Else the purity of the deen that my grandfather brought is going to be distorted and will not survive the test of time, brothers and sisters. So this sacrifice has to be given. Nabi's efforts will be go waste within 48 years of his physical demise. Ahlul Bayt and their followers paid the price, so the dead hearts like ours. I'm sitting and making this great presentation. I feel ashamed of myself. This is what I'm doing, the least I can do, so I can save my iman, brothers and sisters. I'm not sitting here and lecturing anybody. I'm lecturing my own self here. Blessed Imam Zainul Abidin. This is the only son of Mullah Hussein who survived on the day of Karbala. From him came Muhammad Baqir. Imam Muhammad Baqir spent his entire life teaching deen to the people who came to him. Because Hazrat Zainul Abidin said, son, we cannot let the ilm that we have go waste. We are few in number. We have lost a lot of children in Karbala. We have to now continue this for our grandfather, for our Nana Hazrat. And they kept it going, the lamp of Islam, the pure lamp of Islam going. Zainul Abidin radiallahu anh, then it was Muhammad Baqir. After Zainul Abidin, Hazrat Muhammad Baqir. Muhammad Baqir, he used to run a madrasa from morning to evening, 18 to 20 hours a day he was teaching ilm. There was so much of atrocities going, he would not look at them because he knew the moment he stepped out of his house, there is some sword waiting to kill him. He's not afraid of death, but he's afraid that if this progeny of the Ahlul Bayt goes, then true Islam is gone. What remains is the Yazidi Islam, where the ulama, there were so many muftis, I forget the count, I think 500 or 900 Hafiz-e-Quran in the Yazidi army. 300 muftis were there in the Yazidi army, but they did not know whom they were fighting. So what would have remained? So Zainul Abidin Hazrat, Mullah Hussein's son, the Muhammad Baqir, Jafar Sadiq, after Muhammad Baqir, he was Shaheed. He was also Shaheed. So here's, remember this thing, brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell this thing. After Karbala happened, the Ummah woke up to a certain level. They said no more killing Sayyids. So what the rulers, after that the Bani Umayyah was the, Mr. Muawiyah. I will not call him radiallahu anhu. Brothers and sisters, I'm telling this on open internet. I will not call him radiallahu anhu right now. On the day of Qiyamah, when I meet my Huzur, when I meet Maula Ali, if he tells me, Maula Ali tells me to call Muawiyah radiallahu anhu, I will call. A lot of Sunnis says call him radiallahu anhu. No, after reading the entire history, I have my reservations, brothers and sisters. My heart doesn't allow. You cannot mix zamzam with urine, brothers and sisters. I'll tell you why I'm saying this thing. With a heavy heart, I'm saying the Khilafah of Abu Bakr Siddiq was for 2 years. Khilafah of Umar bin Khattab radiallahu anhu was approximately for 9.5 years. The Khilafah of Uthman al-Ghani radiallahu anhu was for 12 years. The Khilafat of Mawla Ali was for 5.5 years, and finally the last Khilafat for some. This was the four Khulafa Rashidin. Then for a 6-month period, it was for Mawla Hassan radiallahu anhu. Then Mawla Hassan, it's a beautiful treaty that Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam talked about. He said, "My son is going to sacrifice, you know, for the ummah because they're going to kill each other." Muawiyah wanted, he's Bani Umayyah. He's the son of Abu Sufyan. He wants power. He wants power in politics because Islam has now become big. Syria and all these countries have come under the command now. The wealth is overflowing. So what happens? So Mullah Hassan says, okay, fine, give the Khilafat to Muawiyah. Now this Muawiyah, he had his Khilafat for 19 years, brothers and sisters. Normally, when the Khalifa passes, whether it's Abu Bakr Siddiq, Umar bin Khattab, Uthman al-Ghani, they never gave any, saying that this should be the next Khalifa, this should be the next Khalifa. They didn't do that. But Muawiyah, I won't call him radiallahu anhu, brothers and sisters. This is, I know I'm taking a risk here, but I won't call him right now because I don't feel like calling. My heart doesn't give permission to do that. He had his Khilafat for 15 years. I said total 19. The last 4 years, when he was alive, he handed it over to his drunkard and womanizer Yazid. This is not Khilafat, this is kingship now. Because he knew very well that if after I die, a re-election happens and Maula Hussein is alive, no dumb fool is going to appoint his dumb womanizer son as the Khalifa. So he made sure that his son becomes Khalifa before he dies. So out of the 19 years, last 4 years, he transferred his Khilafat to Yazid. And he knew very well that Yazid had a lot of animosity to Ahlul Bayt because he used to think that, I'm going to, I'm going to take the revenge of my grandfather's death, Abu Sufyan's father's death, his, mother Hind and all that, politics. And that's what he said, when Mullah Hussein's head was brought to his palace in Syria, he was playing around with the lips of Mullah Hussein. He was poking the lips of Mullah Hussein with a pointed object, and one of the Sahabis in there, in the palace, he couldn't take it anymore, and he cried. He said, "Beware! You touch the lips of Mullah Hussein. I've seen my Nabi kissing that lips." That is Yazid. And Muawiyah made sure that before he dies, he transfers his power to Yazid. And that Yazid is finally he is the main the hero of Inauzubillah, the shaitan of Karbala, the shaitan of Karbala. And today, the so-called ulamas don't talk about these things. The love for Ahlul Bayt, brothers and sisters, Mullah Hussein says, we have to sacrifice today. Otherwise, the pure deen of my Nana's deen, my grandfather's deen will not survive test of time. Today, if the so-called puppet rulers of the Muslim, rulers are afraid of something, is of Mullah Hussein even today, brothers and sisters. If the Muslim Ummah still loves Mullah Hussein, they better be afraid of justice, So, continuing here, Jafar Sadiq radiallahu anhu, his son, Musa al-Khadim, Imam Raza, all of them, one after another, they were shaheed. To the point, brothers and sisters, then after that, the pure Sayyid race moved out from the Hejaz, from the Arabia. They moved from Iran, they moved to Afghanistan, to Khurasan, they came to Al-Hind, to India, to Pakistan. They spread out from there because of the atrocities. The Bani Umayyads did that, then the Abbasi Khilafat did that. The Abbasi Khilafat came right after Banu Umayyah. After the Yazid was killed, then Abbasi Khilafat came. Abbasi Khilafat was from Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's uncles, Abbas radiallahu anhu. And their son said, oh, we are more closer to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Again, this is, the shaitan, Then Mawla Ali's children and Ummah Fatima Zahra were the pure children. But you know what, the Muslims were always closer to Mawla Ali's children, and Ummah Fatima Zahra's children and progeny from Hassan Hussein radiallahu anhu's children. Because they were the embodiment of purity. Okay. So my point is, brothers and sisters, so today what happened? So here's all the imams, they sacrifice their lives, they lead their lives, simple lives, teaching the deen. Today what has happened? We are bankrupt because today we don't even talk about this. We don't even know our identity. If you don't even know our identity, then you are lost anyway. Right? And we want to go for the deluxe Hajj and Umrah. Life filled with the desires of the world, the slave of Maya and illusion. And how can I love Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam if I don't know all this? What happened? Right, when I sit in after Atayat is the Durud Ibrahim, and in with Durud Ibrahim we are going to say peace and salutation to Ibrahim alayhi salatu Islam's immediate family, Ummah Hajra, Ismail alayhi salatu Islam, and the family of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And if my heart does not move, thinking about Karbala, thinking of the sacrifices of Hazrat Zain al-Abidin, Musa al-Baqir, Shahid, Jafar al-Sadiq, Musa al-Qadim, Imam Raza, what prayer am I doing, brothers and sisters? And then this is the great part, right? Then, with doing that prayer, which is shaitani prayer, which is not even Miraj, then I expect the shafaat of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. It is like, I'm part of the Yazidi army, I am, the right hand of Yazid in Auzubillah in Karbala. And then when I'm dying, I'm expecting Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam will come and do shafaat for me. What is the difference between those Yazidis 22,000 and today's ulamas and today's so-called scholars who don't talk about these things, who keep this hidden? Why do they keep this hidden? Sahaba's Aqidah, brothers and sisters, very important. Two things was real, permeated in their entire being. I said bio memory. There are two memory, brothers and sisters, in your body. One is your intellectual memory, it's in your brain, all those, 80% of your intellectual memory in the brain is vision. Then you have, whatever you studied or your poems or whatever it is, it's all in there. Then there is something called as bio memory. Bio memory is what your being is. The Sahaba's bio memory was Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the intense love for Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which fiqh talks about that, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is making wudu and the Sahabas are fighting over the water of wudu, which is falling from Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's hand. Where is it told in the deen of Islam that you are supposed to do that? And they are taking the water from Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's, what is falling off from Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and rubbing on their body. Which deen talks about it? Which Islam fiqh chapter says we should do that? Intense love, brothers and sisters. This is ishq. When the muhabba goes higher, it becomes ishq. Then there's no rules there, brothers and sisters. So first thing, what the Sahabas, the Aqidah of Sahabas, brothers and sisters, because the Sahabas Salah was Meeraj. We better have these two qualities in us, otherwise our Meeraj is not going to happen. Intense love for Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and hence his progeny. Hence automatically the love will transfer for Ummah Amina, Ummah Khadija, Ummah Fatima, Abba Abdullah, Mala Hassan, Mala Hussein, Ummah Zainab, and all the other Imams. It will happen. If you love intensely Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, you cannot fail loving the Imams. You cannot fail loving Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jinnah radiallahu anhu, who was sent as the 51st in this ummat, as the progeny of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the 51st child, so that this ummat can survive. The true knowledge which I am talking right now is coming from Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu through Baba Muhyiddin Hazrat. He is the 11th Qutub who came and revived this thing. I need to be realistic, right? So the intense love for the Prophet and the unflinching faith in the sovereignty of an invisible Allah. These are the two things that the Sahabas had. Their faith emanated from the love for and the faith in the Prophet. The Battle of Badr night was happening, brothers and sisters. Battle of Badr. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, 313 of his companions. He said, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, they didn't have any weapons, brothers and sisters. They said, you go. Whoever wants to leave can leave. The Meccan army was armed to the teeth with all the tools and weapons and everything, horses, and they wanted to finish them off, that would end and became Badr Kubra. But the night before, he called the Sahabas, the companions, and he said, whoever wants to leave can leave. You know what they said? They said, Ya Rasulullah, we did not know about Allah. You introduced us to Allah. That is your Rabb, Rabbi Muhammad. but tomorrow we're going to fight for you and die for you because of our intense love for you. This is the Sahaba's Aqidah. Their Salah is Meeraj. Today we are praying directly to Allah. Shaitan's prayer. And think Meeraj will happen? No, the monkey mind will, will be dancing around in that prayer, brothers and sisters. Not Meeraj. It's the Munafiq's prayer. So, brothers, Surah Azab, ayat number 6. An-Nabiyu.
أَوَّلَ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ مِنْ أَنْفُسِهِمْ وَأَزْوَاجُهُ أُمَّهَاتُهُمْ.
So, the Prophet Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is dearer to the believers than their own selves, their wives, and their mothers. We talked about this, brothers and sisters. I'm going to quickly talk about qualities of the Munafiq. Okay, we all know about it, but I'm going to still say this thing so that we complete it, the lecture. I know it's been a long time, my sisters. As I said, please, break this up presentation and watch it if you think it is helping you. So this ayat, la in saltuhum la yakuluna innama kunna nakhudu wa na'labu kul
billahi wa
ayatihi wa rasulihi kuntum tastaziyun. If you ask them, they will say, surely we were only conversing and playing. Say, is it Allah and His verses and then His messenger that we are mocking? Brothers and sisters, I've highlighted this in red. Okay. So the point is that this particular ayat, which talks about mocking Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, comes when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was on an expedition. And during the expedition, when the Sahabas and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam were resting at a place, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's camel strayed away. Okay, just went somewhere. And Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was sitting in one corner, and the Sahabas came and said, Ya Rasulullah, we cannot find your camel. So he says, go look for it. Okay, there were some munafiqs with Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in that expedition. The point I'm trying to say is, when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, go look for the camel, immediately the munafiqs started taunting Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam at that place, saying that, oh, he is the Rasul and he does not know where his camel is. Now Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, one of the Sahabis, so think about it, the Munafiqs are there acting as the Sahabis, and the Sahabis are the true Sahabis, right? That's as of today also, right? Some who are completely in love with Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and some, who are using their monkey mind to figure out Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Even today, you will find those samples even today, still trying to figure out Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And the point I'm trying to make here is, brothers and sisters, this is about ilmul ghaib, the ilm of ghaib, of of the unseen. Does Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam have it or not? I talked about in detail in Man Kuntum Mawla. You can go and listen to that. I just put it here so that I complete this presentation as a whole. Okay, so these munafiqs who were mingled with the Sahabas in the expedition started mocking Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Oh, he does not know where his camel is. One of the Sahabis goes and tells Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Ya Rasulullah, they are mocking you. And Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam then, because he saw his Sahabas they were crying because they loved him so much, right? So they were crying. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, okay, go. My camel is in such and such a valley. Go and find it is grazing there. Just bring it back. And Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, just didn't, make a big deal about it. He just left it. But Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, brothers and sisters, revealed it in an ayat. Today, the so-called, the different sects, they talk about that Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam did not have ilmul ghaib. And I'm going to tell you something, this is, on record. If you look at the tafsir of their Qurans, they have completely taken this ayat and this messenger, mocking the messenger incident of the camel, they have removed that completely. They put some other incident there. If you go into the tafsir of the Sheikh of Imam Bukhari, I'm repeating, the Sheikh of Imam Bukhari, go and look at that. Go do your research. You will find it that this is about ilmul ghaib. The Sahabis, the Munafiqs were mocking Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam on ilmul ghaib. And I'll give an example, right? Suppose you are a teacher of, say, first grade, right? and you're teaching children basic mathematics, and you say, children, what is 2 plus 2? And you wait. Why do you think you said 2 plus 2 and you wait? Why, you don't know the answer for 2 plus 2? You already know it, but you're waiting for the children to find out. Similar thing, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he's telling his golden Sahabis, he said, go find my camel. He's not sitting there and showing off that he's the fakir. He's came from Meeraj and that is his fitra. Fakiri is his fitra. He's not going to show off. His fakir swear Umar bin Khattab radiallahu anhu, that he reaches Jerusalem and his tobe, his dress had 13 stitches. They took one camel. With one camel and all the ration, one person can only ride at one time. So when Umar bin Khattab reaches the gates of Jerusalem, it was his turn of his slave to sit on the camel, and Umar bin Khattab radiallahu anhu was walking. Why? The Khalifa did not have 2 camels to spare in Medina. No. Brothers and sisters, fakir. That is my Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. They are fakirs. Today we want our Meeraj done in the namaz, and we are the slave of this world. I think we should be a little bit more reality oriented. Don't have false assumptions of ourselves. Miraj is not a joke. That's the reason Baba Muhyiddin radiallahu anhu, when he came as the 11th form of the Qutub, Gausul Azam Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiallahu anhu, he said, Momin today is rare, he said. Somebody asked Baba Muhyiddin radiallahu anhu, he came from Sri Lanka, he said that, I don't find, he said, I don't find one Siddiqeen in the whole of Sri Lanka. In 1976, he said, I don't find one Siddiqeen, one Muslim at the level of Siddiqeen who can do Zabiha, who can do the Qurbani, because that is a condition Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam put. Today, every Tom, Dick and Harry who urinates standing up and who doesn't even wash himself when he comes out from the restroom, he's doing the Zabiha in the halal shops. He doesn't have proper wudu when he's doing Zabiha, when he's doing killing the animals. And we go there and say, oh, it's halal meat because it is written there on the board. And then you expect your Miraj to happen? Joke of the day, You will forget Miraj. You will not see Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in your dream till you die. Let me tell you that. So again, brothers and sisters, distracting. This is deep introspection. I'm sorry if I'm being a little bit, sometimes, not harsh. This is reality. I'm trying to save myself from the fire of hell, brothers and sisters. I have the same concern for you. So please don't misunderstand me. Disrespecting Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Shaitan knows it very well, brothers and sisters. Allah will not forgive. Allah will forgive you. You are a womanizer, you are a drunkard, you whatever you are. He will forgive you, make tawbah, you forgive. Don't play around with the azmat of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He will not forgive. The fastest way to take one to hell, Shaitan knows it. Allah said, you know what? Shaitan, his name was Abu. How many sujood he did? Every inch of the earth he did sujood. Allah said, forget about all the sujood, just do one sujood to my nur. And Shaitan did not do that. He said, then Allah says in the Quran, Inna Shaitanu Aduun Mubin. He's your clear enemy. To the Adam Zat, he says. He's your clear enemy. Shaitan. Why? So Allah holds the nur, his nur of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam so dear that one sujood compared to his billions of sujood, he threw him out. That is how Allah loves Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Brothers and sisters, beware. This is, territory where you don't want to play around with. Better be a womanizer or a drunkard. You still can get tawbah. Don't play around with the status of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. This is, forbidden territory. All your amal will get zahir. To the point in the Quran, Allah says that when the Sahabas were talking to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Allah says, keep your voice down. He didn't say keep your voice down, otherwise it is going to be a sin. You're going to do a big sin. He said you lose your iman. He said, go do research on that, brothers and sisters. Keep your voice down in the presence of the Rasul, otherwise you will lose your iman. That is how much Allah loves his Habib Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Okay, so and then I want my Meeraj to happen. What is Meeraj? Meeraj is the union of the Habib with the Rabb with the Habib. How is that Meeraj going to happen? And this is again the slide. Nabi was an ordinary human being like you and me, and Nauzubillah. Qutub Bahamuddin Hadrat Salah, who gave all this knowledge, all this ilm, zikr and everything, he said he called himself an ant-man. He said, I'm Chinna Manidan. He didn't even call himself a full man. He called himself an ant-man. Nabi has no ilm ghaib in Auzubillah. We talked about it in the last slide. I'm just putting this thing. Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu, his closest companion, he had ilm ghaib. This is irfan. This is called ilmul irfan. This is Sufi ilm. You can go into zikr and you can, if you have the pure heart, you can see what is going to happen. It is called firasat. In Urdu it is said, मोमिन की फिरासत से डरो क्योंकि जब वो देखता है अल्लाह के नूर से देखता है. What does that mean? He said, fear the firasat, the farsightedness of the moment, because when he looks from the power of Allah. And here are talking about Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu. He is towards the end of his life, he has little time to live, and he calls Aisha radiallahu anha, the Ummahatul Mu'mineen, the widow of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said, tells his daughter that when I die, just think about it, when I die, and this is after Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam passed away, towards the end of the Khilafat of Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu, very close to his time of death. He already knew his time is near, so he calls his daughter Aisha radiallahu anha and says, when I die, make sure that the inheritance is distributed among your sisters. Aisha radiallahu anha is very intelligent. She said, sisters? I have only one sister, Asma. Why did he say sisters? He said, oh, because your mother is pregnant and she has got a girl in her womb. And her mother, Aisha's mother, Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu's wife, she was not even aware of it, that she is pregnant. This was the early stages of pregnancy, and Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu already knew that is going to be a baby girl. So he tells that, what, if when I die, make sure that you distribute the inheritance among your sisters equally. We're talking about a Sahabi. And you hear people have doubts about Nabi, ilmul ghaib. Brothers, I'm not saying this to justify anything. All I'm saying is, brothers, be careful. This is forbidden territory. Don't go there. Forget about Meeraj. Jahannam will be opened up for us, including me if I do that. I'm not immune from that. So one who does not believe in the ilm ghaib, how will they believe in the formless state of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Forget about connecting to it, connecting to the third eye and all that we talked about. Another hadith, very important hadith. One who loves Mawla Ali is a mu'min. One who hates him is a munafiq. Go through the presentation of Man Kuntum Mawla. It's a 3.5 hour presentation, but it's worth the time. Take your time and go through it. Make tawbah for the major and minor sins, but most important, brothers and sisters, for my Meeraj and your Meeraj to happen, if we have unknowingly, because we didn't have this ilm, we did the Bayadwi of Nabi Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam or Panjatan Pak, which is Mawla Ali, Mawla Hassan, Mawla Hussain, Fatima Zahra, it's a heinous sin, the most heinous sin. If we do that, if we don't make tawbah for that, and we don't mend our ways, and we don't fill our hearts with the pure love of Panjatan Pak, Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Fatima, Mawla Ali, Mawla Hassan, Mawla Hussain, Zainab, all of them, the Ahlul Bayt, if we don't fill our heart with pure love for them and treat the Sayyids of today with the same respect, then Allah, if we don't do that, Allah will treat us the same way He treated Shaitan, who refused to bow in front of the Noor of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Brothers, we are coming to the end of the presentation. A few more slides, 4 more slides. State of my prayer. What is the reality? 3 categories of my Salah, brothers and sisters. The highest level, highest is consciousness. It is the level of the ashik, the lover. That is what we are talking about here. My realization is complete. Hence, I'm drowned in the divine love. That is the state of the being, the divine love, the state bestowed when the subject merges with the object. When I sit in my meditation and I contemplate on the Noor of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam on my third eye, when I contemplate on Mawla Ali, Mawla Hassan, Mawla Hussain, on the Sahabis, and then I go into my meditation, I do the salawat, I do the zikr, the subject becomes the object. Subject is me, object is what I'm contemplating on. I merge with them. And then the divine love comes in. That becomes your being, that becomes your bio memory. That is the highest level of prayer. That particular abd or ashik. He's called ashik. Darja of the ibadat is ashiki. When he goes into his prayer, it's his prayer as Mehraj. Intermittent level, this at the level of the heart. Is a student where he understands that the journey that we are talking about, the ilm of Qutubiyat, he understands that the journey of understanding wisdom has started. He has started the journey. The process of realization is not complete, it is going on. He's fighting his own battles, the trials and tribulations. We talked about the different energy centers. It's not easy, brothers. We have a lot of deletion to do. When you go in this journey, what you have to do is not add on. You have to delete all the garbage within you. And then you have to fill it with pure nur. So that is the intermediate level of the talib or the student. The lowest level is what? At the level of the mind of the slave. He is aware of the divine wisdom that we are talking about here. Does understand that this is the path to traverse. Realize that I have to break my nafs. I have to break my nafs, the mind, and start the journey. And if we don't follow into these three categories: gulam, student, and lover, right? That is gulam, talib, and ashik. Then if you don't fall into these three, then I don't know what other category I can put in. I don't want to put one category. I can put a category of a munafiq. So we have to go from each of these three levels, from the bottom to the top, brothers and sisters. Again, just information here: the wudu of the body can be done with water or sand. If there's no water, you can do tayammum with the sand. Wudu of the soul is, brothers, tears, tears of regret, tears of love. That's what you have to do. The satar, is the covering of the zahir, is the libas, the dress code. When I stand in prayer, I got to make sure my dress is below my knees, and all those conditions are there. What about the satar of the batin? Is nadamat, is humility and remorse, brothers and sisters. Batin is the hidden. The covering of the hidden is humility and remorse. The prayer of my fight and prayer, the reality. Standing in prayer, Maula Ali used to turn pale when he was leading the prayers. Amirul Mu'mineen, the Sahabas used to say that he used to turn pale. There was no blood on his face. He used to say that I used to see. So you could either turn pale because he sees the reality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or you're a sinner. The moment you say takbir, the surah Fatiha, the ruku, when you say Sami Allahu liman hamida, all this is fear. The prayer is between fear and hope. The fear of the Jalal of Allah, the justice of Allah, which stands above Rahman and Rahim. You make Allah your Ma'bud, who is worthy of worship, Maqsood, your only goal, and Mehboob, who is your lover. That is what you got to make Allah. Sajda has to be done. The sujood of the prayer should be done to the azmat of Allah. Definitely you say Subhana Rabbil Ala, Subhana Rabbil Ala, Subhana Rabbil Ala. And also, brothers and sisters, at the same time, have the niyat when you're doing sajda that you're doing the sajda for Nur Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, so that your sajda is different from shaitan's sajda, brothers and sisters. Because shaitan has no problem saying that Allah's azmat is great. He has done billions of sajda for Allah. Allah not accepted it. He said, do one sajda for the nur of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And he did not do that. Make sure your niyat is different. Your niyat is you are doing the sajda for the azmat of Allah by saying Subhana Rabbil Ala, Subhana Rabbil Ala, Subhana Rabbil Ala. And also immediately after that, you keep the niyat that you are doing the sajda in front of the nur of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which is imprinted on your own forehead. And after that, you do Durud Ibrahim, right? The tashahud, which is attahiyatu lillahi wa salawatu, we talked about that. Then Durud Ibrahim is all Jamal. This is the beauty where Allah and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is in conversation. Durud Ibrahim is talking about the greatness and the peace and blessing on Ibrahim Wasallam family and Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam family. We talked about that again. Huzur Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was dressed with the Jamal qualities of Allah, Rahmatul lil Alamin. Remember, every time you change position in prayer, you say takbir. Any voluntary action is not allowed. That is how disciplined the prayer should be. When you finish the prayer, you make covenant to Allah that, Ya Allah, all the creation of Allah on the right hand side of me, all the creation, I send peace and blessings to them. All the creation of Allah on the left hand side of me, I send peace and blessings to them. No animosity with anybody. If there is somebody who has got different opinion, let him have his opinion. Brothers and sisters, if I have been a little critical when I'm saying some things, this is coming out from my heart. I'm just trying to, convey the information. But if somebody I see who has got a different akida, I'll say, what, move on with life. I know no time for lectures and fighting battles and all that. I have my biggest problem is my own self. I have to take care of my own self. I have to amend my own heart. I have to do my own zikr. Qiyamah, day of Qiyamah, the Name Amal is going to given to me, not for whole crowd. My biggest problem is my own self, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is a mashallah true. As I said before, brothers and sisters, this is just a poetry. This is not hadith, this is not Quran, this is not this is just a advice a mother gives to a son, a young son, when he finally knows that his name and his friends have got better names, better sounding names, he goes and complains to his mother that I don't really like my name, why don't you change it for me? And this is one of the closest association that we have in the dunya, association with our name, right? you know so mother says, just listen to this poem. Mother says, the mother's wisdom to her son, since he complained to the mother about not liking his birth name. Mother says, "O son, you are pure consciousness and taintless. You are not subject to the illusions of the world. Give up the sleep of delusion, this dream which confounds your mind. Why are you crying? You are pure. The name you have acquired is not yours, merely a mind-created fiction applied to you. The body is not you, nor are you of it. The Lord of universes doesn't cry either. The sound, that is the name, is an illusion attributed to you." The mother continues, "The qualities imagined as yours are inherent in all the senses," talking about the five senses. "The insignificant elements within the man acquire the condition of growth through addition of food, water, and drink. It is neither growth or diminution or reduction of you. Within the body, your shell, your consciousness remain constant. Do not become confounded by the body which has been fastened on you, which is the consciousness. The father, the son, the mother, the wife, the mine, and the yours do not assign much significance to what is only an aggregation of five elements, which is earth, fire, water, air, ether." Then the mother continues that the deluded man thinks pain elevate, pain makes pain. The deluded man thinks enjoyment of pleasures gives happiness. The intelligent man whose mind is free from the confusion knows pleasures and sorrows to be alike. Then she says, the carriage goes upon the earth, the body is seated in the carriage. The self resides in the body. The deluded life thinks I am the body. The self, which is consciousness, has no attachment to his carriage. Foolish is the ignorance. Foolish is such ignorance. You are pure consciousness and taintless. Finally, brothers and sisters, we have come to the end of this presentation, and the final one is the mazar of my Sheikh Baha Muhyiddin Hazrat. And I'm going to, I have attached a beautiful song Baba sings, Engal Nabi Nada, Sange Mahmuda, Engal Guru Nada, Varum Varum, Engal Nabi Nada, Varum. This is a song where Baba says, "Oh my Nabi, oh my pure Nabi." And then he continues, about the fragrance of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He says, please come, I'm calling you with love, please come. So this is the point, brothers and sisters. For the kutubs, they teach you the ilm where the Nabi is hayat. You can call upon him, you can feel him, you will see him in your dream, you will see him in visions. He's as live. In Auzubillah, not dead in the grave in Medina. For you him is life. This is the Kutub's path, and he's singing that song. And then in between, he's talking, to his children. He says, "You're not singing beautiful." People who don't understand Tamil, he says, "You have to sing in the right tune." You're singing for your Nabi, you have to sing in the right tune, in the right raga, he says. This is the language of love that he's inculcating in his children. That you are singing the praises of Rasulullah, sing it beautifully in the beautiful way you can. Okay, brothers and sisters. So again, thank you for listening to this. I know it's been a very long one, and if at all anywhere I have hurt anybody, I'm sorry. It is just coming from pure intention that the whatever is the ilm which is given by the Qutub Bawa Muhyiddin and Qaus al Shaykh Abdul Qadir Jilani radiyallahu anhu and Hazrat Abdullah Shah Sahab Mahdis Dakkan. A few slides, 4 or 5 slides were from his book also. Allah bless these enlightened souls. inshallah, and all the children of the Qutub, whose effort that this presentation is in this form, inshallah. And please make dua for everybody. And brothers, we are all in this path together. May Allah Ta'ala bless us to attain the state where every prayer, 5-time prayer, and even the tahajjud prayer becomes miraj for us. Ameen. And please make dua for us. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
நாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் வாரும் எங்கள் குருநாதா எங்கள் நபிநாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் வாரும் எங்கள் நபிநாதா புனுகு சவாது அத்தர் கஸ்தூரி என்னும் மனம் வீசும் இயல்புள்ள நாதா எங்கள் நபிநாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் வாரும் எங்கள் நபிநாதா. இந்த ராகம் சரியில்லை, பாடட்டும், அப்புறம் எடுப்போம். இது நல்ல பாட்டுப்பா, நல்ல ராகம். எங்கள் நபிநாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா எங்கள் நபிநாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் எங்கள் நபிநாதா எங்கள் நபிநாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் எங்கள் நபிநாதா. அத்தர் கஸ்தூரி என்னும் மன்னம் வீசும் இயல்புள்ள நாதா அத்தர் கஸ்தூரி என்னும் மன்னம் வீசும் இயல்புள்ள நாதா எங்கள் நபிநாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் எங்கள் நபிநாதா. திங்கள் ஒளி வீசும் துங்க குன்னநீதா திங்கள் ஒளி வீசும் துங்க குன்னநீதா பங்கமின் வினோதா பங்கமின் வினோதா எங்கள் நபிநாதா சங்கை மகுமூதா எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் எங்கள் குருநாதா வாரும் எங்கள் நபிநாதா. என்ன